Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for July 27, 2021. Call the meeting to order and ask the clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Walser?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 14D, threat to public services or facilities, 14E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and 14F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Sections 54957.6, 54956.8, 54956.9D4, 54957, 54956.9D2, and 54956.9D1. We will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for July 27th, 2021. Thank you for joining us tonight at our newly scheduled time of 6:30 p.m. A lot has happened since our last meeting, and I want to thank everyone for their patience and understanding following the Los Angeles County mandate of wearing masks indoors, regardless of vaccination status. I understand that many are upset and frustrated with this new mandate, but the county has seen a significant spike in COVID cases, and vaccination numbers are just not where they need to be. It's important for us to remain vigilant and responsible for ourselves and our community. So please trust that our city staff remain proactive and continue to explore the best course of action for our community. In a few weeks, our kids will be returning to school, and at this time, children 12 and under are ineligible for vaccinations. Let us remember that COVID is still new. The Delta variant has even more unknowns. Neither have been around long enough for us to understand the long-term effects of infection. Our children are vulnerable. Masking indoors is urgent and necessary to protect our children from the known and the unknown effects of infection. Please get vaccinated and mask up indoors. If you'd like to support our efforts during the pandemic, Los Angeles County created the COVID-19 Community Ambassador Program to visibly represent and capture the support of the broader Los Angeles County community's efforts to further prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. This volunteer program is available to all Los Angeles County residents and will actively engage participants by providing information on the basic principles of infection control, promoting the responsibility of each participant to reduce the spread of COVID-19, and empowering participants as essential partners in the community prevention effort. To learn more or to become an ambassador, please visit publichealth.lacounty.gov. Again, publichealth.lacounty.gov. We may have taken a step back in masking, but California is in fact open for business. I urge you all to check out the programming the city can now offer. We've got sports leagues, the summer reading program, the Bartlett Senior Center's open, the splash pad at Wilson Park, and so much more. In fact, the Torrance Theater Company is thrilled to welcome you back to the James R. Armstrong Theater this August for their hilarious production of Nonsense, the mega musical by Don Grogan. Join the Little Sisters of Hoboken as they try to raise some much-needed funds for the convent by presenting a talent show. Catchy tunes, tap-dancing nuns, a wisecracking puppet, and some of the funniest sisters you've ever seen guarantee a great night at the theater for everyone. You can find out more at torranceca.gov. The best way to get information on events and activities is to sign up for the Torrance e-newsletter at torranceca.gov/e-newsletter. We can't wait to see you. Opening night, August 13th. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community. To keep Torrance moving forward, it's important for us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting that you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who have met today's deadline. They've been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously at a later date. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of the actual hearing. You may participate by calling in to the Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when you're calling in, and please be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, so that you may get a busy signal when calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then we'll continue with the meeting. We've actually been in exec session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. Out of the Torrance City Manager, there is nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Then the next item on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Matucci, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Ashcraft. Everybody in the audience, please stand.
Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of Our Father, please give us the unity of spirit, even if we have differing opinions. Please help us work as a team in combining ideas to make the best possible decisions for our city and staff. We're grateful for our staff and our police and fire departments. We ask for their safety as they protect ours. May we work together on our shared mission. Amen.
Amen. Thank you both. I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Monday, July 19th, with a revised agenda posted on Thursday, July 22nd.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
Second. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amish Bryan, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9D, City Manager and Finance submit for voter consideration the local transactions and use tax ballot measure on the June 7, 2022 election. And item 10A, Community Development, conduct a public hearing on land use study regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to off-street parking requirements. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. I believe our call center has Commissioner Ann Sansaloni available.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the members of City Council. My name is Ann Sansaloni, and I serve on the Social Services Commission. I'm here to encourage the community to participate in the Social Services Commission's annual back-to-school supply drive, which started on July 23rd. Donations will benefit Torrance Unified School District students that are experiencing homelessness and also youth in the foster care system. Donation drop-off stations are located in the Torrance City Hall lobby, Community Development Permit Center, and the Katie Geiser Library. We will be accepting donations until Friday, August 13th. In addition, the Commission will be hosting a drive-up event similar to the toiletry drive hosted earlier this year. The drive-up event will take place on Saturday, August 7th from 10 to 1 p.m. in front of the West Annex building located at 3031 Torrance Boulevard. TUSD is seeking donations of the following items: backpacks, pencils, pens, notebooks, 2-ring binders, composition books, dividers, glue sticks, safety scissors, calculators, staples, compact hole punchers, markers, and highlighters. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/helpothers. You can also contact Social Services Commission at torranceca.gov or call 310-618-5880 if you have any questions. Thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ann, and your colleagues on the commission. We appreciate all your efforts on this. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. The City of Torrance is currently updating its 6th cycle housing element of the general plan. Local governments across California are required by state housing element law to adequately plan to meet their allocated share of the state's overall housing need by updating their general plan's housing element. Housing elements provide goals, policies, and programs to create opportunities for housing development where local governments deem appropriate. The Community Development Department will be hosting a virtual community outreach meeting on the housing element update at a special workshop tomorrow, July 28th at 6 p.m. This workshop will provide information on the housing element update and housing corridor study process. The community is invited and encouraged to participate in this important planning process. For further information, please visit the Community Development Department webpage, torranceca.gov/housing element update, all one word. If you have any questions, please email staff at cddinfo at torranceca.gov. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On July 17th, the Torrance Art Museum reopened to the public with Ultra, a compelling, accessible, and free community-based public art exhibition located throughout the entire city of Torrance. There are 20 artists who have installed temporary public art in Del Amo Fashion Center, at the Nature Preserve, around City Hall, the Katie Geiser Library, among other parks and public spaces. All the work will be on view through August 28th. Some of the artworks are fun, like the giant bananas carved out of marble. Some are provocative, like a large photograph of melting icebergs. And some are awe-inspiring, like the light piece at El Prado Park. There is art for everyone to enjoy. To get a map of the locations, visit the TorranceArtMuseum.com or stop by the museum at 3320 Civic Center Drive. They're open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 to 5. Or you can stop by the Visitor Center at Del Amo Fashion Center. Again, pick up the brochure. It's got a map for all the art projects, and you only have until the 28th of August to view them. So I hope you can enjoy that. We move on to 6, Community Matters. I'll take a number and title for 6A.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-71, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Stephen Robinson upon his retirement from the city after 35 years of service.
I move to adopt resolution 2021-71.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
This resolution will be presented at a later date. May we have a number and title on 6B?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-72, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Fanny Rockamora upon her retirement from the city after 21 years of service.
I move to adopt Resolution 2021-72.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. This resolution will be presented at a later date. May we have a number and title on item 6C?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-73, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Nick Ramirez upon his retirement from the city after 21 years of service.
I move that we adopt resolution 2021-73.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 6D from Public Works to provide an update on city parkway trees.
Your Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Matthew Knapp with the Public Works Department. I'm here to give you an update on parkway trees in the city. I also have our city arborist and landscape manager, Louis Ochoa, here for the technical question. So with your permission, I'd like to proceed with the PowerPoint presentation. Some of the things we'll cover tonight are benefits of trees, our tree inventory, planting locations, tree preservation policy, replacement trees, and funding required. Next slide. So I think we know the common benefits. I'll go through them quickly, but obviously they produce oxygen, shade, habitat for animals. This is a big one. We're hearing that people that live in areas that are treed, it's just very calming, trees, vegetation. So that's something that's relatively new, but it's getting a lot of traction, just the aspect of the calming environment being in a treed environment. And I would agree with that from my personal experience. And then also property value. So those are the ones that we wanted to highlight tonight. Next slide, please. So this is where we kind of start off. We have a software program called Arbor Access, where we have an inventory of every tree in the city with a photo, a value of the tree, which is pretty staggering when we look at like the eucalyptus trees. They're pretty much We're not able to replace that tree, but if we would be able to replace it, it would be just, tens of thousands of dollars. But, so this is kind of interesting because it shows, where we are based on height. So if you look at it, it kind of breaks it down from essentially 1 to 15 and then all the way up to over 60. The eucalyptus trees would be a good example of something that is so tall that we have to have a contractor come in and do it. Our reach is about 50 feet on average with our boom trucks. When you get up to 80-foot trees, we have to have a private contractor come in. And so that's just kind of a breakdown. We have this data. I wanted to share it with you. The next slide, please. So this is our top 10 list, which is interesting. About 50% of the trees in the city are the 10 species we have listed above. And it's kind of interesting to see this because there's no one species, that really dominates the city. And that's good for a lot of reasons. If something happens and a certain species of trees is subject to infestation or some type of decline, we have a diverse portfolio of trees in the city. We have over 100 species of trees in the city, but these are the top 10 just for just your reading to go through it and see. But I really thought when we originally did this analysis that I would see trees 20, 30%, really not seeing that. Next slide, please. So this one, I'd like to spend a little bit of time on this slide because this is why we're here tonight at council direction to talk about where we are. So if we look at it from a percentage basis, we're at about essentially 85% of plantable area in the city. And if we look at it and the medians, which are we're maintaining the medians, so we're there all the time, so we really can identify missing trees in the medians. So that's 1%. But the area is really the parkways. And I think that's one of the concerns that we had. And the reason we're here is to kind of talk about missing trees in the parkways. And some of the reasons that we have missing trees in the parkways, sometimes they're planted initially and the tree didn't make it and the resident didn't inform us of the tree being gone. We don't really have the ability to inspect, if you look at 37,000 trees to see if there's one missing. There's other reasons. There might have been removed for a sewer issue and the resident didn't put the tree back. Typically what we do is, our goal is if we remove a tree, we replace a tree. And on average, we plant 550 trees a year. So if I look at our run rate for this year, we're up 100 trees. There's also the opportunity through capital projects where we can go into an area and do a capital project and replace all the vacant tree sites. And that's really doesn't impact our budget. It comes through capital. And that's a great way to leave the neighborhood as it's intended. But those are some of the reasons. Obviously, the big one is going to be being able to have species that coexist with infrastructure, primarily sidewalks, overhead wires. So our new street tree master plan is really drilling down to species that we feel can coexist with hard surfaces like sidewalks, curb, gutter, and those are things that we're looking at to plant the right species for long-term coexistence with our infrastructure. But this is kind of what we feel if we were to max out the city and really, put a tree every place we could, it'd be about 7,000 trees. Now there's interesting issues with planting 7,000 trees. Besides the obvious one, which is, the financial cost of putting the trees in, what happens with a contractor, and this would have to be done by a contractor, we're maxed out at about 550 trees per year. We could go up to maybe 700, looking at, our staffing. However, what we would do with a contractor, if you planted 7,000 trees, we found about 10% of those trees won't be watered by the homeowner. Either they don't have irrigation, or it's a rental unit, or they're just not really concerned with the overall life of the tree. So the contract typically has a 6-month contract where they come in and water the trees and they're responsible and they warranty the trees, but then we pick up after that. So there would be some concerns of putting in too many trees. Great problem to have, but we would have to make sure that we want the survival of those trees. And with our capital projects, we get calls all the time from residents saying, you planted 150 trees, but I've noticed that some of them are in decline, and we work with the contractors on that. So this is kind of the slide I wanted to spend the most time on. Next slide, please. So this is kind of some of the things that I already covered, but we'll walk through it again. I talked about the infrastructure, so I won't spend any more time on that. We don't have a lot of dead, dying, and diseased trees, but the next one we do. If you look at rot, decay, and tree instability, and so what we see is with our larger trees, we'll have a problem with balance. So let's say we have a wind event and we lose weight on one side of the tree, that creates a liability for the rest of the tree. So it could either fall on a home, or it could fall into the street, or fall on cars. We've really done a good job with our trimming schedule so that when we have wind events, I'm not seeing what we were seeing 10 years ago, where we're having a lot of limbs on trees. So, you know, really great job by the Streetscape Division in making sure they're out there trimming the trees and making sure the trees are balanced. And that's something that we have to look at. When we're out there, we have 5 certified arborists in the city, and they're looking as they're trimming those trees to see if there's any structural issues with the tree, whether it be decay, whether it be fractures, or whether it be just imbalance from a limb that maybe has either grown in the wrong direction or more likely has fallen off the tree. And then, you know, tree removal by property owner. So we used to have a permit system where you could come in and give the deposit, and you could take the tree out and would give the deposit back. We recently did an audit of the last 10 years, and it's not that bad, but we have about 110 homeowners that we still have their deposit. So we're going to be going to those homeowners to inspect the property. There's a couple things that could have happened. They could have misunderstood the permit and replanted a tree, and we want to get them their money back, or we just want to make sure the tree is restored and meet with the residents. We've found that, especially on a one-on-one basis, when we get buy-in from the homeowners, the tree survival rate is much higher. So, and what we do in most cases with our street tree master plan is we try to have several choices, up to 4 choices of species, so the residents have a choice. And that makes a difference too. They're invested, they've picked out the tree, they're committed to the survival of the trees. So it's very important that we have participation from the residents, especially with watering, because it's really a large task to go out and water those trees. And the 6-month is a good start, but it's likely up to 2 years that we'll have to go back and water certain trees, especially ones that have 0 irrigation. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the two, so our goal is to plant the largest tree possible. So our goal is to get the 15-gallon tree that on Tuesday is going to become a 24-inch box, right? So what we do is we work with our nurseries, and they send us photos of the trees, diameter of the trees. We kind of pick groups of trees that we want to have. We have a nursery in the public works yard, which little people know that it's even there, but when you walk in there, it's very calming, to my point earlier, because it's shaded, it creates its own shade. We water the trees, and Craig and I took a walk out there last week, and you know, he's like, wow, this is, when you walk in here, it's just this, and you know, it's a closed landfill, a 25-acre site. You've got this little sanctuary of trees. And so we are getting trees, especially we've had a turn towards succulents and drought-tolerant plants, and we have those in the yard as well. But what we want to do is get the largest tree we can. Now, the issue is typically the diameter of the trunk of the tree that you'll see differentiate the 2 trees. So as a rule of thumb, a parkway 48 inches or greater can have a 24-inch box tree, the tree to your left. If it's smaller than 48 inches, then we wouldn't typically put in anything larger than a 15-gallon tree. But in some cases, it's really hard to tell the difference. And that just comes down to, you know, us being able to make sure that we're hand-picking the trees. We're dealing with nurseries that understand that we're looking to get the most tree for the money. The price difference is about 3 times the price. So on average, if you look at a 15-gallon tree, we're about $55, $150 for a tree that would be a 24-inch box. So if you look at economy of scale, you know, the ratio is pretty significant. So we can put in a lot more trees if we do the 15-gallon. I know that it depends on the species, and certain species do really well at a 15-gallon. They grow really quickly, and other times we're better served to put in the 24-inch tree in parkways 48 inches or greater. So I talked a little bit before about the master plan, and that's essentially just picking species for the streets, letting residents know they have a choice. And again, that's really important to get buy-in from the residents. I talked earlier about 550 trees, 560 trees per year on average. As far as where we are on our run rate, we're pretty consistent, and we're keeping up with the trees that are coming out. We do get a little bit of a boost with capital projects where we can pick up an extra 100 trees a year, so that really helps us. And then I think that covers that slide. Next slide, please. So we've talked about much of this already. I won't go over too many of the details. The big one on here is the big number, right? So if we look at the cost to have a tree with a 6-month watering period, you know, it's going to add installation and the tree. You're going to be up over $250 a tree. If we were to fill all the voids, and again, I wouldn't recommend doing it all at once, but if we're looking at a number of about just shy of $1.7 million to go ahead and fill what we have. And that, we've talked about much of the analysis on here, the 7,000 number and also the watering. So next slide, please. So this is a bittersweet slide, right? Because we've gone through the trouble of identifying what we have for planting opportunities in the city. We've broken it out basically on anywhere from a 5 to a 10-year plan. If you look at it, what the annual cost would be. However, as everyone knows, we're faced with a lot of tough decisions right now, and it's difficult to find funding. And I put on there general funds, but essentially any funding source, because if we look at our enterprise funds, they're slotted and they're very specific. If we look at public works, if we look at capital projects, they're geographically limited based on an area, and we've worked really well with our engineering department to make sure that we're adding trees and street signs and other things to those neighborhoods. So this is really where it kind of breaks it down to what would it cost and what duration of time. I think that we could potentially internally, you know, a goal would maybe be to be up about 200 trees a year, realistically. So I've talked to staff, and we feel that that magic number would be 700 trees a year planted by, you know, if we buy a tree, we plant it ourselves, we could probably get there. But if we look at a run rate, you know, that's going to be 2,000 trees over 10 years in growth. So, and I think that's the last slide. It'll bring us to a question slide. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. We do have some questions already. Councilmember Matucci has one.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nava. Great presentation. I appreciate you guys doing the research on this. It's very important to me. I love trees. My property has about 40 of them, very tight. My wife always complains that there's a lot of vegetation to trim back all the time, but I think they do add huge value, not just financial value, but also lifestyle value to the community. I understand we're in budget crunch right now. I do like a lot of the suggestions that were made with the capital improvements and possibly squeezing in an extra 200 a year, bringing us, now is that, when you're saying 200 a year, would that bring us up to about 700 a year?
So yeah, exactly. And that would be, so a net, I'd like to see us increase from 550 to, a goal would be about 750 trees a year. And one of the things that I was thinking we could do is that every year we come for our Tree City USA designation to City Council, and I thought we could kind of give you a little scorecard. So when we're here, we could say, you know, it runs, it's like 2 years ahead the way it runs. So when we go back and we do those previous years, we could give you a little synopsis of how many trees were removed, how many trees were planted, and kind of give you a little scorecard annually just to keep up with where we're going. But I think internally, with the exception of a large capital project, and those have been very successful, you know, where we really can go in and increase. We survey the community and we put in the trees and we get buy-in, and it's really very successful. But yeah, I think the goal would be from a department to go from 550 up to 700. And then the good news is, you know, we're doing a lot of infrastructure repairs. So when we see these capital projects, there's a few things that happen. One of them is we're putting trees in, but we're also updating the infrastructure so we're not going back. So the capital projects are kind of twofold. One is the initial impact. The second, and more important, is the long-lasting effect of the right species on those streets.
Right, and you mentioned there's a yard. I've seen the yard. Obviously I don't know the inventory. Now, those are trees that we actually currently own, or those being
Yeah, no, that's
parked
correct.
there?
So we basically have planted a bunch of plants. So we have a good inventory of plants, and we're going to be continuing those down Madrona between Carson and Torrance Boulevard. And then we've got a pretty good inventory of trees. We've got, I would say on hand, we probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of close to 100 trees in inventory. So we're watering them, we're growing them, we're replanting them. And when residents call, you know, we don't, because there's economy of scale, we don't want to buy one tree, right? We have to have it delivered. So we have trees in inventory, and it works out really well where we can typically do it. And our policy, and it's on our website, and a lot of people don't know it, so I'd like to share it today, is if you feel that you're missing a parkway tree and you call us, you go to the top of the list, right? Because we're keeping up with removals, but the inventory is hard to keep a hold on. So if residents want to call us at the Public Works Yard, 310-781-6900, we'll come out, basically look at their property, and if there's a missing tree, we can put it in very quickly.
Yeah, and you guys did a great job. I mean, I had several residents contact me, and I forwarded you the email. Usually within a couple of days, you guys were there planting. I mean, you made a lot of people very happy. There was one concern that came in, which I think is a legitimate concern, the drought concern. Are we using reclaimed water to go around pumping?
So we aren't in residential areas. We are like Artesia Boulevard. If we look at the Delamo median improvements that we did years ago, so between Crenshaw and Van Ness, those areas do have recycled water. Essentially, recycled water, the majority of the use is for the refinery. So when that infrastructure was put in, it's basically we're just tapping off of that area. So if we look at parks and commercial users, it probably won't extend into residential areas, but it will extend into commercial areas. And
Okay, so the tanks that you drive around pumping water, that cannot be reclaimed water? Is that what
yeah, so that's a great question. And what happens is when we use reclaimed water, we have to put signs up saying it's reclaimed water. So we wouldn't do that in a mobile watering unit. But if you look at Artesia Boulevard, it's a good example, or Delamo, you'll see the purple signs typically. It's actually purple pipe that goes in the ground so that there's no cross connections. And we're inspected by the Board of Health, and we have a permit to put that water into use. But for residential use, it's going to be potable water. And we're always looking for grants. If there have been grants in the past, but if there's grants for drip irrigation or things like that, that would be part of our water division, would be sharing those. But I feel that the species we're using specifically, we're looking at trees that can survive without much water. And that's another thing that we've adjusted in our master plan. So we're not only looking at the height and the size of the roots and potential infrastructure damage, but we're moving towards drought tolerant and drought friendly planting.
Okay, great. And okay, so obviously, if we do, let's say, decide, let's go with 700, boost up the planting of trees. I mean, that's a goal. It doesn't mean that we can't surpass it. Like if we come across some grants for planting trees, I mean, we can tap into it and kind of report back to us saying, hey, we got a grant for 200 additional trees, and we can go ahead and plant.
And we have looked into grants in the past. We're not always successful based on Torrance being essentially, if you look at poorer communities that are underserved, we have a pretty good master plan. We have a legitimate amount of trees in the city, but there are CAL FIRE and there are some grant opportunities that we do look at where they do a match, and we'll always look for those opportunities. But I would say, just internally, if we can, like right now, if we look at our run rate, about 200 trees have been removed, 300 trees have been planted. So if we could keep that up through the end of the year, and I think outside of the number of trees, it's the delta that's really important, right? Because if we say, hey, we put in 900 trees, that may sound good, but if we removed 1,100, it's not a really good story. So I think it's really, can we gain, a couple hundred trees a year? Because that'll make a difference if we could do that. So the goal is really that net gain.
And of course, we have to maintain those trees over the years, so we have to take that into it.
And we do, and we're invested in those trees. So when we get calls and it's a contractor that puts the trees in, we inspect to make sure that the spacing is correct, but we kind of step back on those for that watering period, and we defer to our engineering department. But, the trees that we plant, we have a lot of employees that just really take, pride in those trees. And like I said, it's about 10%, no fault of the homeowners. Some homeowners just don't have irrigation. So they just maybe don't have that setup. So we try to make sure that we can do what we can to maybe get that tree from 6 months to 12 months or even 18 months to make sure it survives.
I would like to see us boost up our efforts by a couple hundred trees a year and then revisit it next year during budget talks to see where we're at financially. All right, thank you.
Councilman, if I could just chime in, Craig Belizaire from Public Works. So what would limit us to that, it's a great goal to have. What would limit us is our current general fund budget and streetscape, as well as the number of bodies that we have and the ability to maintain other things. And also just to let folks know, when it comes to the capital projects, our priority is prior council direction to fix the streets. And so the best way that we can address trees is if the bids come in lower, then we actually have money available in that same pot to do more trees. So hopefully they do come in lower. But primarily we're fixing the streets first, and then we're doing the trees after. I just wanted to caveat that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for doing this presentation. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to share something and then suggest something. About 10 years ago, I had a parkway tree damaged and taken down due to a car accident, and I recently found out that you can call the city and let them know, and I have a beautiful tree back in the parkway. So thank you very, very much. The program works. But I was wondering, I know that there's an Adopt a Bench program in the city of Torrance. Is there a way to create an Adopt a Tree program where we can do the price of the tree, some cost for a few years of maintenance, and then maybe a little plaque on the curb, something like that, and in memory of?
I don't know that we've explored that. I think that I know with our Parks Department, they've done some things, and they also have, a significant amount of trees in the parks. But it's certainly, I don't know that it's something that, I'd have to see what other cities are doing and see. I think it gets a little tricky with the plaques because we do have residents that would have probably a problem with that in the neighborhood. And I know that, so signage or sign pollution has come up in the past, and I think it might get a little tricky, but, certainly if there's something out there that we see that would help us get more trees in the city, we would be open to it.
Thank you, and maybe minus the plaque and just a certificate, like a star, if you get named after you, would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. There are some neighborhoods that don't have a lot of trees in the parkway, and the residents have gotten very creative on what they're doing with their parkway. Do you look at that when you go around and look for trees?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we're really, looking to increase our tree base in the city. And I know that we did have one neighborhood up off of Yukon that actually had a grant from the Board of Realtors, I believe it was. And they were able to purchase the trees. We installed the trees. And that was, a great community effort. And again, it's that buy-in, right? So that worked. So we're really open to those type of partnerships where trees are provided on a triangle or, those are more median type of locations typically than parkways, but we have had some success with that in the past.
When I was saying creative, it was in a negative sense, that the resident has cemented themselves the whole parkway, and there's now weeds, and it's a nightmare. So do we look at those areas?
Councilwoman, we're aware of, there's a lot of situations in town, in the city that happen like that. Some actually are people that have actually applied for a permit to concrete in, and they can sometimes put some vegetation in the parkway. It doesn't mean that the city can't come in and remove it, put something in if we wanted to for an improvement. So the permitted ones we want to look at, but the ones that are non-compliant from a code enforcement perspective, we could look at taking care of that.
I can tell you there is no permit in what I'm thinking about in several places.
We can talk after the meeting if you want to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was still in tree planting mode.
Not enforcement right now.
There needs to be trees there. There are no trees around there. I think they took them out.
Understood.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Knapp, for your presentation. I'm really pleased to see what you've been doing with trees here in our city. I've always been a big fan of our trees and trying to plant as many as we possibly can and save the ones that we can rather than just cut them down unnecessarily, as some residents believe. And thankfully to a good staff, which we have, arborists on staff, our trees aren't cut down unless there's a significant reason to do so. But I wanted to touch on, I think you've already said it, but I wanted to reiterate the fact that if people have a parkway without a tree and they would like one, all they have to do is call and you guys will accommodate that within the guidelines of the tree types that are designed for that particular neighborhood. There's no cost for the tree, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's also free lifelong tree trimming included. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
I just want to make sure the public is aware of that. It's a really great benefit that a lot of people don't really realize. And they also think that, if there's a tree there, that they're responsible for trimming it, and in fact, they're not. So it's just, I think it's a little public education that could happen a little bit better to help people know about the easements, what their responsibilities are for the easement, watering, tree planting, or so on and so forth, and tree trimming. And, maybe at some point in time, a little public notice could go out saying, hey, these are the guidelines of what your easement is all about, what you can and can't do with it. I think there's a lot of people in the public who don't really know. And I think if we help educate them a little bit, you probably get a lot more phone calls saying, hey, we'd like a tree, or things like that. So something to consider down the road when it's an opportunity presents itself to do a little bit more public education on how we manage our easements and our parkways. Thank you again for all the work you're doing on that. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Knapp, if they want a tree, they should call 310-781-6900.
Correct. That would be great. Like I said, we have trees in inventory, and it would be great to put them out into parkways throughout the city.
So I think the direction from the council is we want 7,000 trees at the price of 700. And that's your job, and our job as well. Thank you very much. I think at this time we'll take a motion to accept and file.
Motion to accept and file the update on city parkway trees.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, and when their maximum comes up, they will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast, so try not to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and we ask you not to use Bluetooth or speakerphones. It doesn't work in this format. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell you're speaking on topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic or get back on it. If you do go off again or you stray off, then you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. I'll turn it over to the call center.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in the calls. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral Communications 9A and 9B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Let me start out with a quote. There is no form of protest against racism or teaching about racism that will be palatable to racists. Bernice King. This is why you try to silence us. This is why you changed your meeting time to 6:30. This is why you created your rules of decorum. This is why you kicked us out of your meetings with police in riot gear time and time again. This is why you beat up and arrested some of us. This is why you put a baton to Sister Sherilyn's neck. It will not work. We will continue to call, email, and show up to demand with loud, clear voices that you must create a civilian oversight commission of the police department, that you must fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Item 9A says the grant program assists with quote-unquote high threat and high density urban areas efforts to build, sustain, and deliver the capabilities necessary to prevent, prepare for, or protect against, and respond to acts of terrorism. The police are the terrorists. They abuse and kill. This is a power you wield that you wield at us at city council meetings, and you quote-unquote oversee them. You give them awards. You give them raises. So by default and by association, you are terrorists. About item 9B, this is not something that you should be handling at all. When you have proven yourself to be corrupt time and time again, you should not be able to investigate or do any sort of forensics on a crime scene that your own police department very well might be involved in. That makes zero sense. The police policing themselves has proven time and time again since the conception of this country, and by conception I mean genocide, stealing of land, stealing of labor, and stealing of lives, has been proven to be ineffective over and over and over again. This is why there is a cry across the country and across the world for reform and for abolition. Not just reform, because reform is not enough. When the police hail from slave catchers, and when the city council that oversees them hail from slave catchers, and hail from those who supported them and enslaved people, you are not worthy. You are not capable of doing anything, let alone overseeing the police department, let alone conducting investigations. It is crystal clear. You cleared the officers of wrongdoing when they killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell within 15 seconds. And then, of course, the DA, who was, quote-unquote, clear, let's make that clear, was in office because we kicked the bitch out of office, was in office, is no longer in office because we are relentless. And, of course, she cleared them of it because she's in bed with the police. Because
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Danielle, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral Communications, number 7.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Ultra, even sparkles have shadows, and seconds to last was a spectacular opening. Roughly 800 to 900 people attended. It was awesome seeing Council Member Mike Griffiths there. Thank you for your support. And thank you, Mayor, for the announcement. There are more live Ultra performances on Saturday, August 21st at 3 p.m. Also coming up, Nomad, a pop-up contemporary art show, will be held at the Medical Center building from noon Saturday, August 28th to 5, Sunday, August 29th. Check out the Torrance Art Museum's Facebook page for more details to come. Simultaneously with Nomad, on the 4th floor of the Medical Center, the Torrance Art Museum Advocates will host Odyssey, a fundraiser event for the exclusive benefit of the museum. All donated works will be sold, no matter their value, for $100. TAMA members will get first dibs at noon before the general public is let in at 1. For more info and to become a member, go to tamadvocates.com. For more info about the exhibits, visit torranceartmuseum.com. Hope you come and relish the art and events.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Lori, and you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, general oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I would like to get an update on the search for a more suitable site for the homeless pods. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. EJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on general comment 9A and 9B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Once again, we call to demand the firing of the cops who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Nathaniel Kincannon, and Anthony Chavez should not be serving the Torrance community, and create a civilian oversight commission. And I have a question for Police Chief Irvine. I recently rewatched your press conference from April 2009, and why did you think it was so important to include Christopher's previous encounters with law enforcement during this press conference? I'm curious what you think the relevance was to include these alleged moments of Christopher's life in one of the final pages of your disgracefully biased slideshow is racism. You were so transparently trying to cover up the video of Kincannon and Chavez murdering Christopher. Does his life mean that little to you that you would try to limit it to those few lines?
Mayor, that caller seems to have disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Aaron A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Thank you, ma'am. We can barely hear you. Can you please put up the volume? Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to comment. Actually, my comment is for Mr. Matucci directly. First of all, I thoroughly enjoyed seeing you get your ass handed to you on a national news station. But having said that, it was so embarrassing to see somebody from Torrance claiming to represent the best interests of the city. You don't. You only represent the interests of your friends and the people who follow your crazy belief system. You didn't even understand the definition of anti-science. My 9-year-old understands it better. And the fact that you, and I'm going to go there, that you endorse and support Arthur Shaper, and I've said this before, is enough reason for you to resign from the board. He is a sick man, and you publicly share his belief system. You've admitted it on social media, and the fact that the rest of your board members aren't horrified by that makes me really doubt them as well. So that's that. And my other comment is for the lady that calls every single week to belittle the mother of Christopher.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Andrea R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm not, I'll say general, I'm not sure what the item number is, but I'm calling in regards to the business Bought PK. Last year they were granted a permit to have outdoor classes for their parkour they offer for the children. I'm calling to ask if it can be extended, given that there is still a current concern of the COVID-19 pandemic and the now variant. It's nice to have that class available outside so the children have more options to social distance and just really enjoy the outdoors and all the trees at El Prado Park. So if it can be considered an extension of the outdoor class. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Ben G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9D.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, good evening. I'm pleased to see the council taking up the sales tax measure. It's something that I personally advocated for last month. Not because I love sales tax. I'd rather see sales tax go to zero than to increase any. But like it or not, our town is located in Los Angeles County, and our state currently takes 6% in sales tax, and our county takes 2.5%. And we don't see that money coming back to Torrance. So the more insane our state and county become, the more important I think it is to make sure that that money that is spent in Torrance stays in Torrance. And this measure is a good way to do that. Right now, our tax money is paying for a county DA that isn't even prosecuting crimes. It's unfortunate to see our sales tax money go to the county to refuse to do its job. We need to rebalance this and use our local revenue.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My general comment is that you need to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I don't understand how you got a judge order to create a civilian oversight commission and you have not done it yet. How do you expect anyone to treat you as figures of authority when you don't respect authority? Why are you in this position as representatives of the public when you don't listen to the public? Why should anyone sit here and listen to you talk about fucking trees all damn day when you don't care about the lives of actual people? The lives of actual people. So we know that you can do it, but that you're refusing to do it. Your refusal is disgusting. Your refusal is something that you need to repent for because your behavior is disgusting, it is dehumanizing, and you shouldn't be in fucking office. Fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, you murdered my son. I'm demanding accountability. You shouldn't be able to walk around on the streets and still call yourself police officers. You stole my number one in my life, my everything, my son, my baby, my only child. And you shouldn't be able to walk around, man, and think that everything is okay. It's not okay. You should be fired, put in jail, because you had a chance to not murder my son, but you chose to pull the trigger. My son never posed a threat to you guys, but you still pulled the trigger and murdered him. My son's hands was up. You shot him in his hands. You shot him in the back of his head. He didn't deserve that. And I demand justice in the name of my son.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Natalie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, my name is Natalie, and I am calling for oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am calling and pleading and begging and lifting up the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was a human being. He was a living, breathing human being created by God. God created this life, and his life was taken within 15 seconds by officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. We are only asking, at the very minimum, for them to be fired and to create a civilian oversight. That is nothing in comparison for what has been done to Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He lost his life in 15 seconds, and we're only asking for them to be fired and to create a civilian oversight. That is not too much of an ask. That can be done. You have the power to do so, but you're failing at it.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Justin M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Justin, are you still on the phone? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. BJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications and 9A.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So my name is BJ Johnson, and I'm an Angelino calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, demanding that officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired and that a civilian oversight committee be created to really watch over the Torrance Police Department as they become, from their root, a group of slave catchers and really domestic terrorists in the city of Torrance. Although the cowardly leaders that seem to have earned some political favor on this call won't say Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name and won't stand for critical justice, we, as Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, will stand with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We will continue supporting Ms. Sherilyn and continue to demand justice in Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name. You will not erase his life. You will not erase how much his life mattered to the community, to people, and the legacy of state-sanctioned violence that Torrance is so stained by. We demand critical justice for his family. We demand that officers be fired. We demand that a civilian oversight committee be created. And let's just nip this in the bud about any victim blaming that might occur, any other fallacies that individuals on this call will try to use to blame someone who was shot in under 15 seconds for their own death. What type of horrible people blame somebody for their own death? That's just so cruel and evil that it exemplifies why we call Torrance, Mississippi. I hope that each of you reflect on your soul and what you're really standing for and how.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michael W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
No, I'm on. Hi, I'm calling on public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling, like the other callers that have lifted up Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name, I'm calling to ask that the two officers that were involved in his murder be fired immediately. It's been too long, too many years, and as you see, his mother called in, and you can see that it still hurts. These mothers, these families, these communities don't just get over it. And I know because it's not your mother, it's not your father, it's not your son, it's not your daughter that is being killed. You feel like you can disconnect yourself from your humanity and not care about this and just go for your own self-interest and what you think is best for you and your family. But I ask you to connect back into your humanity because your legacies as people on this planet are at stake. The way that you're behaving, the way that the Torrance City Council has treated not only the mother.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications, 6D and 9D.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Under oral communication, I would just like to express the same comment as a previous caller about an update on the homeless pod location, hoping it will be somewhere other than in the parking lot by the police station. Under 6D, regarding the planting of the trees, although I agree that planting of trees does beautify the community and is good for the environment, it is not good for the city's budget right now. I'm wondering if you can consider either postponing planting of the trees until financial times or better, or consider the previous caller or the city council's suggestion to have an adopt-a-tree plan. I think there are citizens who would be willing to sponsor a tree and wouldn't expect a plaque to be put on the tree, but just donating to the city for the beautification and saving money on the budget. On item 9D, regarding the 3.25% increase in sales tax that is coming up for discussion to possibly put on the June 22nd ballot. This was rejected by the voters during the last election, and I don't believe that you should present it to the voters again. While it may be true that only half the sales taxes generated in the city are paid for by Torrance residents. This is still additional taxes being paid by our residents. The next time the state or county issues a sales tax increase, the residents of Torrance will be paying an even higher sales tax amount. Consider this impact on the residents of the city. The city's budget should not be dependent on an increase in sales tax, but the budget should be trimmed down by eliminating unnecessary spending. I have another comment about the trimming of the trees under the 6Ds. I noted that the comment was made that the city does trim the trees in the parkways. However, for an update there, they do trim the tree only so that the trash truck can get under it. They don't trim the entire tree, so sometimes they do get a little bit lopsided. They don't prune or trim other than that. Thank you very much for considering my positions.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Megan L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am making this public comment to again demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was killed by Torrance police officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez on December 9th, 2018. I'm demanding that these officers are to be held accountable and for the creation of a civilian oversight committee. District Attorney George Gaston wrote an open letter in September of 2020 making a case for reopening an investigation into Christopher's killing, and this should be acknowledged. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in solidarity with Sherilyn Haynes and the stolen life of her son. If you got that call that your child was killed by Torrance PD, Anthony Chavez would have long since been fired. Matthew Concannon would have long since been fired. A civilian oversight commission would have been created and established and operating right now. A grand jury told you to do so. It's the absolute least you can do to create an oversight commission, and it would benefit you and the city. So I continue to be mystified at your resistance to do so. Black Lives Matter. Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Gina V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I want to lift up what the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was saying earlier when you so egregiously cut her off again. It is literally like a knife in my heart every time you stop the clock on her. Her point about these officers walking around, you know, like nothing happened, like they did nothing wrong, is absolutely correct. And that is on your hands. And it's no wonder that you're taking a vote of no confidence for the DA Gascon, because you know he's reopening his case. And you know you no longer have the cover of Jackie Lacey. You know who else doesn't have the cover of Jackie Lacey anymore? Ed Buck. And guess where he's going as of today? To jail. So your little games and charades and all of these systems that cover each other's butts and behinds year after year while families...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Haley, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Haley, are you still on the phone?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I have a master plan, y'all.
How about we prioritize human life? I don't want to hear about fucking trees when you can't do anything about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's death, and it's almost been 3 years. So I'm a fan of justice. You know who can't order lifelong tree trimming? I do. So I stand with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family, like every other caller that's called in tonight, demanding you create a civilian oversight commission and fire the officers responsible for the murder of Christopher. Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Fire them. That's all we ask. Fire them. Create oversight so you can protect everyone in Torrance community, every single person. You're not doing your job if you're not keeping every single person safe. If one person...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. David, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 6A, 7, and 9C.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Woo, the language on some of these callers. I hate to be lumped in with some of these callers. I believe we have a great city, we have a great citizenry, and we have a great city staff. Although we are not perfect, which is why I'm calling, but I will start by saying we live in an awesome place, and we have a lot of awesome people around us. My name is David Inez. I'm the president of AFSCME, Local 1117, the Torrance City Workers. I represent over 400 of the city's fine workers who happily serve our community. We keep the water running, the electricity on, the buses moving, the facilities clean, the libraries open, the vehicles running, the streets and motorways beautiful and drivable, the trees trimmed and planted, and the trash off of the streets. Society looks normal as long as we keep working, and that's what we've been doing. We've been working this whole time. All of our members are behind in paying benefits to all neighboring cities, yet we are called the jewel of the South Bay. We've seen pay increases to all levels of management, yet nothing for us. Which brings me to the highlighted employees of today, which are our transit operators outside. What you're seeing outside is the beginning of a movement. Our transit operators have had enough. They're mandated to work on their days off. They're overworked, underpaid, and some of them feel like they're treated like dirt. For years, we've been reaching out for help to fix a toxic culture of fear and intimidation and to hire some help. But there's no reply from anyone, and we've frankly had enough. Without transit operators and city workers, there is no need for transit management. We expect to be treated with dignity and respect and fairly compensated. We demand change, and, just like our lost brother Johnny helped us to start this, we're not going anywhere until we are heard. As a city council, you should want a happy citizenry. It would behoove you to have a happy citizenry and happy workers, right? So ask yourself, are you guys talking with us? Are we talking about keeping that up? So please do not ignore us. And, although I'm here to talk a little bit of smack, we do thank you for all that you guys do, and we will be in talks with you guys soon regarding these current events and issues. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Carol G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Federal Laurels.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hey, it's Carol Gillis from the Torrance Theater Company. Just to remind you that the tickets are available for our first summer musical in 2 years over at the Armstrong from August 13th to the 21st. We're performing Nonsense. It's all about music, guys. Come out and listen to the fun music. Tickets are $40. Go to torrancetheatercompany.com website or go to the box office. Order your tickets. From August 13th to August 21st, tickets are $40 for adults, and it looks like there's discount tickets for $25 for children in certain seats. So please come out and join us. We wanted to perform for an audience, and we're ready to make you laugh and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller.
I will say,
You are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General oral and 9A, please.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
If you can watch a video of someone get murdered by police within seconds of being seen, and your first reaction is, let me find out what they did to deserve to die, you are a fucking sociopath. You tiny, sad souls. You think you have the authority to say who deserves to die? And you're thinking of giving this police department more money. It sounds a lot like when you gave Chavez and Concannon a raise to kill Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. A raise, my friends. He was someone in your community, someone that you guys vowed to protect. It is like baffling to me that you can hear this every week, and not give a ounce of a shit. It's boggling. I can't believe that you guys are considering spending an extra $1 million on the police department for bomb protection. That is boggling to me. Torrance is already an example of how reform doesn't work. $1 million for bomb protection? Like, what? That could do so much for this community. That's also another thing is, why can we keep giving money to a police department that is obviously trying to harass so many of our citizens in Torrance when we could be giving that to so many other places? If you gotta have, I'd rather you take these fucking trees than to give it to the police department of Torrance. Fire officers Concannon and Chavez. Just create a civilian oversight commission. I know you guys got something to hide because it's been 2 years since you've done this and you're not going to do it. And even when a bunch of people tell you have to do it, you won't do it. So I don't know. It's obvious you guys got something to hide, but create it. You should have that. And just fire officers Chavez and Concannon. Don't let them kill another person. Bonkers, you guys. Fuck all y'all.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Author Chopper, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'd like to speak oral communications, item 6D and item 9D.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Torrance City Council, there should be no mask mandates enforced in the city of Torrance. None. There should be no vaccine mandates for workers or in any wise throughout the city. I'm hearing reports that this may be proposed by the city council. This is outrageous and unacceptable. The city should issue a clear proclamation that the city will not enforce any of the unfounded and unconstitutional mandates coming from the county health department, the board of supervisors, or from the state of California. Let's be honest. Black Lives Matter is an egregious hate group, and most of those people calling in for Christopher Cowboy Mitchell, they don't even live in the city, so just ignore them. They're welcome to make fools of themselves defending a career criminal who got himself killed because he didn't follow orders. All Black Lives Matter, and that includes the black man whose car was stolen by Christopher Cowboy Mitchell. And how about David Dorn, who was defending businesses in St. Louis when he was killed by Black Lives Matter militants? As for 6D, planting trees is a great thing, but the city should be pushing out these costs to nonprofits. We don't have the money. We have to tighten our belts. We have to balance our budget. And these kind of costs should be taken on by somebody else. I understand that the city council and staff want to take steps to beautify the city, and those are welcome enhancements. But it's time for the city council to be creative and find ways for other nonprofits to provide the funding for this and other services to the community. It just doesn't make sense for the city to keep spending money that it doesn't have when essential needs may go unfunded. Last of all, item 9D. I have been alerting residents in the community at great length about this issue. There should be no sales tax increases. None. The city could have avoided the budget shortfalls if they ignored the unconstitutional lockdowns and mandates and let the businesses open and thrive and make their own decisions. Torrance is the balanced city. The city needs to balance its budget without dipping further into the wallets of the residents. There is plenty of overspending on city overhead, waste, and other costs. The majority of the council, you ran on a platform of fiscal discipline. That means that you need to find a way to balance the budget without depending more and demanding more from the city residents and businesses. We are taxed too much. We are overburdened too much. This COVID-19 pandemic has created problems that should have never emerged. It's time for you to find other ways. No sales tax increases, no ballot initiatives. That is nonsense. You need to protect residents, and you need to find other ways to balance the budget without raising costs. It's foolish. People will purchase goods in other cities if you raise the...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Matthew K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, it's actually Matthews with Black Lives Matter. I'm speaking on 9A, 9B in oral communications, please.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
All right, on 9A, accepting and appropriating over $1 million for protective equipment. No, why don't you take that money and use it on the unhoused folks your city continues to brutalize and your community members continue to dehumanize. In fact, why don't you take the protective equipment you've given your white supremacist hateful police and sell that shit and use that money to house those folks. On 9B, no, I don't think you should, reallocate the position of forensic identification specialist. Do away with that position, defund that police department, and help the people in your city, namely the black and brown people. Onto my old communication. I'm standing in solidarity with Sister Sherlyn. I'm demanding you fire Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It truly is absurd to hear you talk about tree trimming and hear theater announcements and all these niceties when you literally have a group of marauding killers going about your city, some of which got a raise, as other people talked about. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is that your continued lack of attention to this matter is just perpetuating the dehumanization of black and brown people, because by not speaking on this, you're saying it's not important. The continued death of black and brown people is not important to you. You don't care about it. You're happy just talking about nonsense, just general nonsense. And you know what? I'm not even that mad about it because we're winning. We're winning. Jackie Lacey's out. Jastrone's in. He's going to indict these police officers. You're pulling these sad maneuvers. You're starting the meeting at 6:30 because you know we're going to win. You're foddering your public comment with these bootlickers who come in and say these hateful, racist things. You're allowing these more explicit acts of racism because you're losing. You know you're losing. You know we're going to win. We will get justice. And Matucci, can I just ask, do you recruit these callers at your clan meetings? Is there a vetting procedure? Do they have to be particularly hateful, or just will anybody under a hood do? You're all racist. This council is a sham. It's unfortunate that you're also heartless and soulless and aren't really people. I stand in solidarity with Sister Sherlyn. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was a son, a loving person, a person with different dimensions. I won't let him be dehumanized and called a fucking cowboy. He was a person, and I love him, and Sister Sherlyn loves him, and we all love him. Just look and see how many of us consistently call. We are strong. We're going to fucking win. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Erica F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I am a mother of 2 sons, and I am spending my time on the phone to give voice to the majority of the callers who are standing in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and Mother Sherlyn, who lost her son by 2 criminal murdering officers who shot him within a period of 15 seconds, which I know you already know and dismiss and don't care about. These officers were involved in shootings before, and they should be considered armed and dangerous. They need to be taken off the streets. They need to be fired. At the minimum, there needs to be a civilian oversight commission. Supposedly in this country, no one is above the law, but you are enabling these.
Mayor, Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, I'm calling on 9A, 9B, and general orals.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
So once again, you're trying to give more money and more power to a corrupt, dangerous, murderous police force that does the exact opposite of protecting your city, giving them more firepower to slaughter your residents with, and you call that protection. There is no safety in violent weaponry. There is no safety in arming racist-ass police to the teeth and then sicking them on your black and brown residents like they were sicked on Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You need to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and establish a civilian oversight commission. You know this, and yet you don't do it. We're going to keep calling whether you do it or not, because if you don't do it, we're going to just get rid of you eventually and put in people who will. We need somebody who's going to do their damn job. Thank you very fucking much. And it doesn't matter whether or not the people calling in live in Torrance, because every dirty, nasty, evil thing that y'all do in your city bleeds out into the areas around it. So every corrupt thing you do, every time you let murderers like Chavez and Cannon kill your black residents and walk and get raises and promotions, that shit is going to affect everything around your precious little fucking city. So you're goddamn fucking right. You have outsiders as well as your own residents calling in. Because no matter what you want to think, Black Lives Matter and everyone who is in solidarity with them is a love group. We love human beings more than you ever will fucking even be able to fathom. That's why we do this. We love humanity, and that includes black people, although some of you don't want to think so. We love Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We love Sister Shilling. Doesn't fucking matter if we ever met them a day in our lives. We love them because we are in touch with our humanity, unlike some of y'all calling in, like that evil-ass Arthur Schaffer, Schaefer, whatever the fuck his name is. It doesn't matter. He's not important. And certainly not like you city council members. What happened to y'all? I really would love it if you would reflect on yourselves and ask yourself, what happened to you? That you became the people you are. That you do the things that you do, that you are so oppositional to justice that you would drag this out for over 2 years when it would be such a simple thing, comparatively speaking, for you to address and rectify according to the demands that have been put on you. Such a simple fucking thing. What are you protecting? What are you aligning with? You ever think about that? You ever even think? You look in the mirror and ask yourselves about your lives? And what you're aligning with? The white supremacy, the race.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jason R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral and 9A.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yeah, so it's Jason for the record. I'm calling to demand that this cowardly city council fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. They are a danger to our communities. They are a danger to black and brown residents of Torrance and a threat to black and brown people who do anything in Torrance. So do what is right and provide his family with some semblance of justice. In addition, that money you're allocating in 9A for this bullshit security initiative should be going to create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. How many acts of police misconduct by the Torrance Police Department need to happen before this is created? The commission should be a no-brainer, as this department has been entrenched with documented cases of racism, sexism, and xenophobia over the years. Who is holding the police accountable now, and how can you sit by and allow police to continue to terrorize our communities with no repercussions? Fear Fury, fuck you. Matucci, you really do look like a villain. Matter of fact, you look like the Penguin. Decrepit, frail, and foul. You list on your Twitter that you are a community activist. Stop lying to yourself. Your website is crap. Did you have Fascist Fury construct it for you? I see you have a quote all over it saying, a cleaner and safer Torrance. A cleaner and safer Torrance is one without you, fuckboy Fury, and the rest of this pathetic council. I yield the rest of my time. Fuck y'all.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Kristen P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi there. My name is Kristen Perez. Thank you for your time. I am calling as a parent of my 6-year-old son, asking the city to extend the commercial use permits that have been granted to Vault PK, which is a local gymnastics fitness center. They were extended through the pandemic. They were extended through the pandemic as a way to help keep the businesses afloat, but having the outdoor classes was also valuable to our family and to several others because of the safety aspect of having the classes outdoors. Our understanding is that those permits will end on July 31st, and the gym can operate fully indoors now. However, the time is not right to take those classes indoors, at least not for all families and not for my own.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller.
City of Torrance is racist.
Rocky A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Well, I'd like to start off by saying this entire city council is racist, what that last person just said. First of all, I'm demanding that the Torrance City Council fire the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And then I'm also demanding that the City Council creates a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department so that this case and the countless others of police misconduct by the Torrance PD are handled, are addressed, and are made to be held accountable. I can't understand for the life of me how any of you can sit and sleep at night and think that you're waking up every morning doing the right work when you are actively contributing to the pain and to the traumatization of your community members. When Sister Sherilyn has to get on this call and
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Carol P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on item 6D.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. My main vision and my main question is how can we be better stewards of Torrance? Our trees, like all our children, our black and brown children, deserve a mature canopy of trees, like on Cabrillo. We live and breathe because of trees. We may die by police brutality, but trees give us a respite. They give us oxygen. They allow us to breathe. We have these beautiful successes, like on Cabrillo, from the corner of Plaza del Amo to Lincoln. We have mature elms at Hickory Park. The city did a great job of rerouting the sidewalk around the elms, the cork trees, the pines. That was a great success. Councilperson Kalani, I appreciate the adopted tree program. And while you were very much off the mark when you said voting is a privilege previously, I agree our streets are safer, cooler, and friendlier as people gather to care for one another. Trees add to our mental well-being, something Torrance really needs. Certainly, hearing the racist comments of Arthur Schaefer made that clear. Councilperson Griffith, I was happy to hear your admiration of the city art.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, Katie. I would like to talk on oral communication 8B and 9D.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Katie. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone who was involved in the PCH and Palos Verdes Boulevard project. I went by yesterday or two days ago, and it's an excellent job. In the middle of the night, you guys removed and fixed the road. Now twice as many cars can make a left turn. That was a very good project, and I'm not sarcastic, and I mean it. Thank you very much to have this done. It cost 2 years of work for the city, but thank you very much. It also makes me get easier to Redondo Beach grocery stores and other stores because, as you know, I'm trespassed from few Torrance stores, so I'm doing most of my shopping in other cities now, Redondo Beach and so on, closer to the beach. So that brings us to the three-quarter tax increase. It was on the last initiative at the election, and I had to stand on the corner afternoon, and I have defeated these stupid things. Right now, people don't have money, but you squeezing the bus, and raising the taxes. Here is my idea. Instead of raising the taxes, Pat Furry could sit at the splash pad in the park, and collect some admission fee for the famous Pat Furry's project, the splash pad. He could collect admission fees, and instead of raising the taxes, use that money. Or other thing is maybe lower the wages for the workers at city, like the fire chief. Why does she need $450,000 a year, or a transit director lady? Why does she need $300,000 a year? Why is the city manager with $27,000 a month plus benefits, so that comes up for a good $400,000? Maybe if you guys cut the three-quarter what you make today, just one quarter, then you would make millions and millions of the city. And by the way, if you have $132 million in investments of the taxpayers' money, why do you have to raise the sales tax? Hello? If you have money in the bank, $132 million invested, why are you raising the taxes? Why? Why? Huh? Maybe you give a break to the taxpayers and you...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up.
Thank you, Mr. Turda, for sharing your thoughts.
Cameron, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and Sherilyn, demanding that Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez be fired. You guys are literally harboring murderers who could potentially become serial killers, as they've killed before, and they have proven that they will kill again. And you guys don't even give them consequences for that. You literally give them awards. You give them a fucking award and raises. That really tells them not to kill people again, right? I know y'all are fucking tired of us because it's been 2 damn years. But guess what? We will be here until your old asses are dead and in hell. We will be here until justice is served. And honestly, with how y'all...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Reverend Bunch, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Reverend Bunch, are you on the line? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Akili, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling on behalf of the family and survivors of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and my name's Akila, and I'm with Black Lives Matter of LA. And we have been calling you and will continue to call you out for the racist that you are, and for Torrance, Mississippi, and the city that it is. What crime did Christopher DeAndre Mitchell commit? You don't even talk about that. What was the reason that the police came up to his car in the first place? Because the city and the police are racist. And when you have racist police like Concannon and Chavez, then we wind up being dead. That's why we have been demanding that they be fired. That's why they are being investigated by the district attorney. That's why we are calling for an independent public review. You all have sat through weeks of us calling you bigots and racist, and you seem to not only accept it, but act it out.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ari F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Establish a freaking civilian oversight for the love of God already. What is wrong with you bastards? Also, Matucci, I saw your little stunt on CNN. What the fuck? Do you not realize that the Delta variant is spreading like actual wildfire? The CDC literally just said today, everyone, regardless of vaccination status, should mask up and get the vaccine if they have not already. You think they're unnecessary by now? Go to those states where people didn't take those mask mandates and vaccinations seriously. They're in the hospital now on fucking ventilators that don't have any more ICU beds because they didn't take that shit seriously. And now they're begging people to get their vaccines and masked up. So guess what? These mandates are necessary. Otherwise, if you or one of your family members or someone you know gets COVID or the Delta variant and ends up in the hospital, you're going to be...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karen B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm going to talk on general comment.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
I have been emailing you all for over 2 years now, and I am just flabbergasted at your callousness, your inability or lack of desire to listen to Sister Cheryl Lynn, and why you won't fire the officers Chavez and Concannon when you know they've murdered before, and yet you reward their behavior, and you've refused to create a civilian oversight committee. These are simple demands, but you clearly don't want to be just or fair or right. And it's just disappointing to see that a community that likes to hold itself up as a jewel is anything but that. It's a horrible place where there are clearly terrible people who don't want to do right. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Justin M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Justin M., are you still on the line? Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ebony, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am calling to demand that you create a civilian oversight commission, as you've heard more times than you probably can count. And I beseech you to fire the punk-ass officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, for the evil, abhorrent, senseless murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, simply for existing while black. And woe to you if you do not. I yield my time, but I will say that you've also been shorting people's time. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 4 seconds.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself, and this concludes oral communications.
Thank you very much. We're moving on with the agenda. Next item is item 10A. Mr. Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recuse myself for personal reasons.
Now is the time and the place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing on Land Use Study 20-01004 regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to off-street parking requirements, adopt a CEQA exemption per guidelines section 15061B3, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the off-street parking requirements units, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Madam Clerk, has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department, and I have a brief presentation that covers the material in your agenda tonight. Slide, please. Tonight I'll be providing some background information on the study that was provided by staff, information on the existing and proposed amendments, and recommendations by the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director. Slide, please. Over the years, staff has received comments from commercial property owners trying to attract new tenants that the city's parking requirements are high compared to surrounding jurisdictions for uses such as grocery stores, medical offices, and outdoor seating for restaurants, to name a few. With recent trends and changes to parking demand due to the pandemic, and in order to ensure the success of local business economy, staff began researching surrounding jurisdictions for comparables. Slide, please. Staff contacted the cities of Carson, Gardena, and Redondo Beach, as well as Long Beach, Glendale, Downey, Burbank, and Pasadena, which are comparable in size or population. Staff held the Planning Commission workshop in December 2020 to present the information compiled by staff and received direction from the Planning Commission to return at a later date. In June 2021, staff held another workshop where staff presented the draft code amendments to be forwarded to the City Council, which I will be discussing further. At the June 2021 workshop, the Planning Commission and local shopping center operators supported the city's efforts to update the commercial parking requirements. Slide, please. Following is a summary of the proposed amendments. Beginning with restaurants, current code requires one parking space for each 100 square feet of restaurants with seating, and one parking space for each 200 square feet of restaurants with no seating. Slide, please. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommends no changes to the ratio of one space per 100 square feet for sit-down restaurants, but recommend allowing an area up to 500 square feet of outdoor patio or dining area to be exempt from parking calculations. Applicants will still be required to provide parking for outdoor dining areas beyond the 500 square foot exemption at one space per 100 square feet. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director further recommend that takeout restaurants be parked at a ratio of one space per 250 square feet, which is in line with the proposed retail, commercial, and medical requirements, but allowing up to 9 seats for establishments that are under 2,000 square feet. Slide, please. Current code requires one parking space for each 200 square feet of retail and service commercial uses, and also one parking space per 150 square feet for grocery store uses. Slide, please. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommend that the parking requirement be reduced to one parking space per 250 square feet for these types of uses, and also eliminate the distinction between retail service and grocery stores. Slide, please. Although a shopping center is defined in our current municipal code, there is no defined parking requirements for shopping centers, as all the uses have to be parked individually. This concept is based on staff's experience with larger commercial shopping centers that have a blanket ratio, such as Rolling Hills Plaza and Torrance Crossroads, which were established through a master plan or plan development zoning. These shopping centers also have provisions that allow up to 20% of their floor area to be dedicated for restaurant uses, while maintaining the same parking requirement. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommends that a new shopping center parking ratio be established of one space per 250 square feet, with up to 20% of floor area to be allowed for food uses. In order to utilize this ratio, it is further recommended that shopping centers be a minimum size of 5 acres and also provide a minimum of 200 parking spaces. Slide, please. Business and professional offices currently requires one space for every 300 square feet, or 3.33 spaces per 1,000 square feet. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommends that the code be updated to require a ratio of 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet, but also include therapists and psychiatrists within this classification, as these are typically one-on-one or low-volume operations. Slide, please. Currently, medical and dental offices require one parking space per 200 square feet. The Planning Commission and Community Development Director recommends that the requirement be reduced to one space per 250 square feet, which is in line with the proposed retail and service commercial parking requirement. Slide, please. Current code allows a maximum of 10% of required parking spaces to be allowed to be compact, which those are spaces that are 7 feet 6 inches in width by 15 feet in length. Slide, please. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommend that the compact space allowance be increased to a maximum of 20% of required parking to allow for greater flexibility. Slide, please. At the June 2021 Planning Commission workshop, staff introduced the concept of food halls, which is not currently defined in code. These types of facilities are not a typical restaurant, as they allow a number of smaller tenant space footprints and vendors to share common areas for dining, restrooms, and walkways. Local examples of these facilities include the Grand Central Market in downtown Los Angeles and Steelcraft in Long Beach and Bellflower. The concept was accepted by the Planning Commission with the recommendation that the dining or seating areas be parked at the restaurant ratio of one space per 100 square feet, and the remaining common or back of house areas be parked at the retail or one space per 250 square feet. It was further recommended by the Planning Commission that the term food hall not be used, but staff did not get a concurrence on a name. The Community Development Director recommends that the term food hall be used for these types of facilities for a common point of reference. Slide, please. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommends that the City Council adopt an exemption per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Are there any questions from the council? We have a few already. Councilmember Griffiths is the first one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for your presentation. And thank the Planning Commission for their efforts in reviewing all this important information. A couple questions. If these proposed changes are approved, would existing shopping area, retail and commercial, would they be able to restripe their parking lots to meet these new codes?
Yes, Councilman, they'll be able to utilize these if the council adopts this ordinance. After 30 days, it becomes effective. Essentially, shopping centers or commercial operators would be able to reassess their parking requirement, reassess their required parking, and in order to determine whether they would be allowed to either have additional food uses or a different mix of tenant spaces, tenancies within their shopping centers.
Could the Planning Commission and or the City Council on a case-by-case basis make adjustments to these parking requirements?
Councilman Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager, formerly Community Development Director. The City Council would need to ensure that they apply standards equally throughout the community. Short of a development agreement or a site-specific condition, staff would recommend applying standards uniformly across uses in the city.
I appreciate that, thank you. And then the one area that I do have a concern about is for the compact spaces. You're basically allowing businesses that utilize compact spaces to double the amount of compact parking spaces that they currently offer. And a couple concerns I have is that frequently when I see compact spaces, people are unable to park in all the spaces because a vehicle will park in it and it won't fit in the space, and it will eliminate the ability for adjacent parking spaces to be used. So I feel like it's creating a bigger problem and not really providing more parking like you would think logically that it would. And I think there were some arguments made that cars are getting smaller, but in my opinion, it seems like more and more people are driving SUVs and vehicles that typically don't really fit in compact spaces. And so I'm I'm hesitant to want to approve that big of an increase. And is there a way that we can, if we do approve that increase or any increase on that, can we dictate that the compact spaces be in a certain location, like further from the building as opposed to, or will the property owner or lessee be able to choose where those compact spaces are put?
Councilman, yes, I've seen those types of conditions at other jurisdictions where they require the compact spaces to be located either in the rear areas or not to be concentrated in just one single area. If the council decides to do something like that, that's something that we can definitely work into the ordinance.
Because typically the spaces that are furthest out from the buildings tend to be the least used, and if they're trying to get, you know, a quantity of parking to meet the codes, I'd rather see some of those types of spaces be out at the outskirts where they won't cause as many problems as having the compact spaces near the buildings where there tends to be the most churn of the vehicles in the parking spaces. And I'd prefer to see the increase to only 15% instead of 20% would be my recommendation on compact spaces. That's the only comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Martinez and the Planning Commission. I think this is perfect. I think we don't need to add any more restrictions or requirements. I think based on our experience during the pandemic, trying to help out the business and commercial community is a great thing to do. And with our weather conditions here, I think giving the existing business and the future business the most flexibility with these requirements works, in my mind, the best. I only have one simple question. Maybe it's a clarification. I think there was a lot written about what you call it food halls or not. I didn't hear the term, you know, what we call it at El Alamo Mall. Is it basically like a food court-ish? I'm trying to get more clarification in my mind.
So, excuse me, the one at the mall, within the mall confines, yes, that is technically a food court. Usually those are within larger the mall type of situation. The food hall concept was designed to be more of a standalone operation. So if a shopping center wanted to add something like this to that effect, you can also look at in Long Beach, the MacArthur, the Douglas Center, I believe, also has a food hall concept where one of the buildings is just a concentration of smaller tenant spaces, a common dining area, and a little small retail areas, and it's a pretty successful type of concept.
Got it. Thank you very much. No, I like this. This is really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated one of Councilmember Griffith's questions. I just want to make sure I understand it. If things were left as is, how often are variances requested? And are they granted?
Councilwoman, the request, we advise applicants not to apply for variances, but it is within their purview should they require so. The last variance that I'm aware of that was approved for parking requirements was in 2012, and that was for a church. And that allowed the reduction of parking spaces for a church.
Is there a concern that as, you know, more businesses are involved in this, that there would be more off-street parking, and how would this affect that? Would there be more cars pushed off-street? Because I know that when I go to, you know, down my little Company of Mary, I circle and circle and circle, and I can't already find a spot. Same with Rolling Hills Plaza sometimes.
Yeah, Councilwoman, so if we were to reduce the parking requirements, so somebody could assume that the parking would be pushed out into the public streets. Staff doesn't feel that this would be the case because we're looking at this as very minimal, nominal changes. We don't feel that it's really going to impact the neighborhoods too much. But and again, we're trying to help out some of the businesses that have experienced some of the losses and the turnover because of the pandemic. And also some of the mandates through the state of California to reduce greenhouse gas. They're actually reducing parking requirements for residential types of developments and also eliminating parking requirements for other types of uses.
Councilwoman Danny Santana again, if I could add on to Mr. Martinez's explanation, It's very commonplace in many jurisdictions in California to have a peak parking demand requirement. So if a center or business could demonstrate what their 90th percentile of customer volume and employee count would be, to only mandate that requirement. The recommendations before you from staff and the Planning Commission do not accommodate that kind of threshold. It actually continues to maintain the existing city standard to park 100% of the square footage 100% of the time. We did hear from various shopping center and landowners to try and head in a particular direction, but parking is a very protected element and resource in the city. Unlike many of our beach neighbors, we do not typically collect fees for parking. We wanted to maintain that capability, that freedom of access to parking spaces, while still providing additional flexibility for shopping center owners and property owners to make further investments, to retain existing tenants, and hopefully bring new tenants to recently vacated spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. I get it. I certainly understand that when a commercial establishment goes vacant and another commercial establishment comes in there, sometimes there's a problem because it's a different type of business, so then we have a calculation issue. They don't have enough parked. So I think this will resolve that aspect in the future. So if you own a shopping center and you have 10 businesses in there and X amount of parking spots for those, if you change the business from a retail to a restaurant, it's not going to change. Or avoid the situation that won't be able to have a restaurant in there if they can't meet the parking requirements we have now. So this is a way to smooth that out, and I think it works really well. Thank you very much for that, and thank you to the Planning Commission for what they've done to go through this. We appreciate that. Okay, if there's no other questions from the staff, then we'll open it up to public comments. There will be a 30-minute designated time period for this matter. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If any members of the public want to speak on this matter, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time or on any item will be disconnected. If you're not speaking on this topic or this subject matter, you'll get a warning to speak on it. And if you then go off it again, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on pursuant to City Council Rules of Order Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 30-minute period has elapsed, we'll close the public comment portion of this hearing. So does the call center have anyone called in?
Yes, Mayor, I'll begin to transfer the calls. Adam F., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello?
Yes, sir, your 2 minutes starts now.
Oh, thank you. I'm just very appreciative that the council is willing to speak so directly and intentionally around the parking. And I just want to make sure that business owners and the city council and the mayor are thinking about, like, when black men like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell park, are they allowed to park in certain spots, or are there larger spots where black men in Torrance are allowed to park without being murdered by Torrance police officials like Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez? And so when black men park in Torrance, in these spots that we're talking about on 10A, I would just like to think that
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, thank you, Katie. Hello, everyone. First, I did not understand this hearing, but I think this is for less and less and less and less parking space. So when I come to America and I realized it, in America, you have to have a car, and you do every business with car. It was very convenient. Everywhere I went, mostly, that was plenty of parking spaces. And it's very important for any business, not how many square feet is your store, where are you located. The most important thing for a business is people can come to your store, restaurant, or whatever. You can park. Everybody likes to park right at the door. So I wish you vote for more parking spaces, not more tiny parking spaces, more parking spaces like me with my Crown Victoria. I can park conveniently and I can support the businesses.
Mayor, that caller seems to disconnect himself. Moving on to the next caller. Charles Stock, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes start now.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Charles Stocks. I'm with WP Carey. We're the owners of the shopping center at 3675 Pacific Coast Highway, where the Best Buy and the currently vacant former Steinmart space are located. I just wanted to speak on this matter and, kind of explain from my perspective as the owner of a shopping center how critical approving this amendment is. We approached staff, I guess last summer, late spring or so, about this exact issue as we were working to backfill the vacant space after Steinmart filed bankruptcy. And the challenge we were having was that, because when the center was developed, there was an allocated amount of spaces for the Steinmart space based on a retail use. I think the ratio was one space per 250 square feet, maybe. And, a 35,000 square foot retail space, as you all know, is very challenging to release as retail. So we've been looking for other users such as grocery stores or gyms or, medical office, various other types of users. And the challenge we were having was that, the other uses we've been looking at and are still looking at are constrained by the city's current parking standards. So just wanted to, speak on this, say I really appreciate Oscar and his team. It's been great, working with you guys over the last year or so. Really excited to see this, come before council and strongly recommend approval here. So I think it's, the recommended standards we've reviewed with our team, and they're consistent with other surrounding communities, and I think it's overall going to be a huge improvement for the city of Torrance and for the businesses that are located in the city. So thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Carol P., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, thank you. I think some larger issues beyond making money for one property owner might be of note here. Speaking to the issue of compact spots, which I believe Councilperson Griffiths brought up, moving these compact spots further seems to just de-incentivize those of us seniors without placards who drive small sedans and those who drive lighter weight, energy-efficient vehicles. So moving them further away from the store doesn't really seem to make sense to me. I don't want us to incentivize the large pickup trucks that drive around for small errands around town, nor gas-guzzling large sedans or SUVs. They cost us all too much. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila R., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I just want to know if, when we're talking about land use and parking, does that apply to Black people? Are we saying that it's safe for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to be parked in a car at the Ralph's parking lot? Or if people are parked at a Ralph's parking lot or any other parking lot in the city, is it possible that they could also be killed by the Torrance Police Department within 15 seconds? Is it possible that then also you won't hold those police officers accountable? Is it possible that you also will ignore the will of the people and demands of the people to do something about it? Is it possible that you also will ignore a grand jury 6 months prior to this murder and not do what they asked you to do then? You know, I'm just wondering, you know, do we see the correlation? Do we see the connection? Do we see the fact that oftentimes you also use this against people who are houseless, right? That they can't park in their cars and they can't be on the side of the road. And we know that oftentimes that then means that they end up being killed by the police department. So I just want to know if we're keeping in mind the public safety aspect of this, that you're clearly not keeping in mind. Because we all know that the rules that apply to Black people are not the same as the rules that apply to other people, because we know that those rules are unequally pushed upon Black people by the police department. We know that oftentimes that being pushed upon them is done with brutal force, is done with a gun, is done with tasers, is done with pepper spray, is done with a baton in the neck. So just wondering, you know, what are we going to do about that part of it? And the fact that you're sitting here having a hearing about parking, but you're not having the hearing about creating a civilian oversight commission at the police department. That you're having a hearing about parking, but you're not having a hearing about...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there aren't any more callers in queue for the hearing.
All right, thank you very much. No one further wish to be heard, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Start voting, please. Councilmember Matucci?
He's recused.
He's recused. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci recused.
Okay. Does the council wish to take action on this matter? We're looking for a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Development Director.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that the City Council, we conducted the public hearing already, adopt the CEQA exemption, adopt an ordinance, which we don't need to have a number for yet, and approve an ordinance summary for publication with the modification of reducing the compact spaces from the proposed 20% to 15%.
Before we do that, may we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3893, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 3, Article 2 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code by amending Section 93.2.6 pertaining to business and professional offices, amending Section 93.2.11 pertaining to food and beverage establishments, amending Section 93.2.19 pertaining to medical dental clinics, medical professional offices, amending Section 93.2.25 pertaining to retail and service commercial uses, amending 93.2.25 pertaining to retail food markets, amending Chapter 3, Article 2 of Division 9 by adding a new Section 93.2.45 pertaining to parking requirements for shopping centers, amending Chapter 3, Article 2 of Division 9 by adding a new Section 93.2.46 pertaining to parking requirements for food halls, and amending Chapter 3, Article 4 of Division 9 by amending Section 93.4.24 pertaining to deviations from parking lot design requirements.
Is that included in your motion, sir?
It is.
I second.
Before we take a vote, I would like to make a statement that I do not support the change from 20% to 15%. I believe our staff has worked diligently in coming up with a calculation which is compliant with neighboring communities. Our business community is in support of it, and our planning commission is in support of it, so I don't believe it's appropriate to make that change at this time. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with Councilmember Chen, Kalani, and, sorry, go back to Chen, Kalani, and Mayor Fury voting no, and Matucci is recused.
Okay, that one failed. Do we have another motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to concur with staff recommendation as is and adopt ordinance 3893.
I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci recused.
Okay, thank you. We've been here for more than 2 hours. I want to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back here, and we'll have our full council back as well. Okay, we're back from our break now, and we're moving on with the agenda. The next item is item 8, is our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Ms. Ashcraft?
I'd like to pull item 8A.
Anybody else? Hearing none, I'll seek a motion to accept items 8B and 8C.
Motion to approve all items in consent calendar other than 8A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Thank you. 8A is to approve the city council minutes of June 22nd. On page 10, I found a Scrivener's error, and Ms. Poirier said she's going to be correcting it. So I move that we approve the minutes as they will be amended.
Before we get a second, was there any other comments on that? Seeing none, we'll take a second.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Walser abstaining.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9A from Fire and Police to accept and appropriate fiscal year 2020 Urban Area Security Initiatives grants, etc.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Kevin Milliken, Assistant Chief with the Fire Department. Item 9A is a recommendation of the Fire Chief and the Chief of Police that Council 1, accept and appropriate fiscal year 2020 Urban Area Security Initiative grant in the amount of $1,046,154 and allocate the award for personal protective and Seaburn resilient equipment, a regional training center or regional training group battalion chief position, and regional training center sustainment and training prop maintenance. And 2, approve a sub-award agreement with the City of Los Angeles. And 3, authorize the city manager as the city's signatory for the agreement to act on the city's behalf with respect to all decisions in connection with the agreement, as well as to accept and appropriate additional UASI funds if available from the City of Los Angeles. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So if there are no further questions, I think I'll take a motion to accept and appropriate the fiscal year 2020 Urban Area Security Initiative grant and approve the sub-award agreement and authorize the city manager as the city's signatory.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from the city manager, Human Resources, to approve a reallocation of 1.0 forensic identification specialist position to 1.0 senior forensic identification specialist. From staff.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and Council members. Kelsey Winders, Human Resources Division. Item 9B is for the approval of the reallocation of the forensic identification specialist incumbent to the classification of senior forensic identification specialist. At the December 15th, 2020 City Council meeting, your honorable body approved a reorganization of the police department, specifically the forensic unit, which upgraded 2.0 forensic identification specialist positions to 2.0 senior forensic identification specialist positions, and deleted 1.0 forensic identification specialist position, which was already vacant. Per the policy on transfer of incumbent employees without examination, there are 6 criteria for considering a transfer of incumbents to positions that are reallocated. The incumbent has met all 6 criteria. Due to the high demand nature of the forensic unit and the involvement of the position, it is recommended that the incumbent be reallocated from forensic identification specialist to senior forensic identification specialist. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. So I'll take a motion to approve the reallocation. And Councilmember Chen.
Mayor approves to concur with staff's recommendation with the reallocation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9C from the city manager to approve a side letter agreement between Torrance Professional and Supervisorial Association and Management. Expenditures $58,656 from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Katie Wan with the City Manager's Office. Tonight, staff is requesting the formal approval by City Council of a side letter agreement between management and Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association, otherwise known as TIPSA, to memorialize a 10% pay increase for water operations supervisors. Funding is available in the Water Enterprise Fund in the amount of $58,656. It should be noted that this pay adjustment is recommended due to the highly competitive industry and labor market and to alleviate compaction issues between the Water System Operator Series and the supervisor positions. Management and TIPSA have met and reached an agreement as noted on the attached side letter document. It should also be noted that City Council previously approved the salary adjustment for the water operations supervisors in closed session on June 15th. However, open session approval is required to be compliant with PERS. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from staff? I see none, so I'll take a motion to approve the side letter agreement.
Motion to approve the side letter agreement between Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association and Management.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Brings us to 9D from the city manager and finance to submit for voter consideration a local 3/4 cent sales transactions and use tax ballot measure on the June 7, 2022 election from city staff.
Good evening, Your Honor. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. Your Honor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. The request before you is to submit for voter consideration a local 3/4 sales tax ballot measure. Like many cities, the city of Torrance experienced significant revenue reductions due to the pandemic. And prior to the pandemic, we experienced pre-pandemic gradual reduction of our traditional reliance on revenues such as sales tax and utility user tax, also known as UUT. While the American Recovery Act provides the city with a lifeline for the next 2 fiscal years, we need to prepare for permanent budget reductions. The proposed sales tax measures aim to ensure local control and avoid significant service reductions, which will have an adverse impact to our community. Realizing the community's reluctance to new taxes, staff recommends committing significant portion of the new revenue to enhancing the quality of life of Torrance residents and commit to improvements to the city's services and operations, which will benefit residents, businesses, and visitors. As such, we'll be preparing 3% and 5% budget reductions across all departments to ensure balanced budget and setting up the city for long-term success. Without additional revenue measures, we may experience the following impacts to city operations. Budget reductions through attrition of positions to achieve reduction of personnel, elimination of programs and services, impact of response times both for police and fire departments, addressing expected employee turnover, and difficulty to recruit and retain quality talent, which is not unique to public sector. I think private sector is experiencing this issue as well. To further expand on why the city manager and finance director are recommending a sales tax measure for voter consideration, I want to emphasize the primary purpose of the measure as intended to reduce or eliminate public safety reductions, build city reserves, invest in our community through beautification efforts, park improvements, housing initiatives, homeless response, road repairs, tree planting, right-of-way enhancements to our medians, undergrounding of utilities, just to give you some examples. And the last 2 points is to maintain local control of sales tax generated in Torrance and to address emergency and cyber funding, since that's an emerging area. With us tonight, we have all the department heads, fire and police chief will address respective impacts to their departments. Finance Director Poisson will provide an in-depth overview covering the fiscal projections and next steps in placing a ballot measure for voter consideration. City departments have been working hard to prepare contingency plans and will be continuing to update your honorable body and the community on recent budget projections and actual budget performance. We don't take this measure lightly, and the fact we're before you, this is a sense of last resort. The contingency budget that we'll prepare, regardless of the passage of the projected passage of the sales tax for voter consideration, we are making a commitment to reduce our operations across the board. We've been currently holding positions vacant as a balancing measure. That's not a long-term solution because it is having an impact to our operations. And lastly, sincere thanks to all the departments for their hard work and dedication, to all of our city employees and our Torrance community. We hope, we realize this is a significant decision for your honorable body, and we're available to answer any questions you may have. I'll turn it over to Ms. Poisson for her presentation. Thank you, Honor, and members of the council.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director, here to provide additional information and details related to the recommendation of item 9D. Next slide, please. Back in March of 2020, a proclamation of state of emergency was declared at national, state, and local levels, including Torrance, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Hospitals were reaching capacities, and non-essential retail, restaurants, and businesses were shut down. In response, your honorable body met in April, June, and September to approve budget reductions of $13.8 million, which includes delayed reductions in the police department of 5.2. The remainder of that 13.8 was implemented as an amendment to FY20, fiscal year 21. Next slide. Also in 2020, the city endured additional unbudgeted expenses from a cyber incident and civil unrest. Next slide. Ultimately, the severe revenue reductions and additional expenses required the use of $18.5 million of the general fund's fund balance and reserves, leaving only $581,000 in reserves to start off fiscal year 2021, and quite frankly, leaves the city unequipped to be able to respond to unforeseen incidents, disasters, or large litigation cases. I'd also add that this low level of reserves can expose the city to cash flow challenges. Given this, the past fiscal year 21 was balanced through the issuance of lease revenue bonds, refinancing existing debt, holding almost 200 vacancies. Of that, about 130 were in the general fund, and the use of reserves and other one-time sources that were identified from enterprise funds and capital projects. Next slide. Moving forward, the budget that was recently adopted was balanced through the use of federal assistance money, American Rescue Plan Act, reserves, and again, holding vacancies. As of today, the projected fund balance is $8.1 million, and any additional revenues or expense savings, which is anticipated that exceed expectations, will be added to fund balance. This $8.1 million, however, is only 3.7% of general fund expenditures. The recommended balance by the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, is no less than 17%, which represents 2 months of regular operating expenditures. For Torrance, that's $37.5 million. So at this point, a deficiency of almost $30 million. Additionally, as we began drafting or considering the city's future reserve policy, we researched our 14 neighboring cities and 7 comparable cities and found that all of our neighbors have a reserve policy of at least 20% and even up to 50% of their general fund expenditures. And the comparable cities have reserve policies between 17% and 40%. Next slide. To understand whether or not this situation will be a short-term or long-term issue, we drafted a 10-year forecast with the following assumptions. The assumptions for revenues in years 3 through 5 range between 3 to 3.1%, and in the out years, years 6 through 10, 2.7%. To give a little bit of comparison, the 3 fiscal years preceding the pandemic, the city's general fund revenue growth was on average 2.2%. So it's anticipating some growth from, additional growth from coming out of the pandemic. On the expense side, it assumes 2% moving wage base, but starting in year 3, a 3% increase in non-wage areas, so materials, professional service contracts, and liabilities. It assumes that capital is only 1.5 million in years 6 through 10, which is, capital really is tough to project. We do, and was adopted, a 5-year plan this past May, but it can be peaky, and what I mean by that is that it can fluctuate wildly from year to year. In one year, the needs may be 2 million, in another year, the needs may be 10 million, depending on what the priorities are. Using these assumptions, the forecast shows that the city will continue to operate a deficit for the next 10 years. Next slide. Looking forward, we'll be planning for 2 budget reduction scenarios. In scenario A, no additional sales tax revenues, and scenario B, a sales tax measure is approved by voters. In scenario A, that would require a 5% budget cut across all departments, which equates to about 13.8 million. And in scenario B, because the proposal of additional sales tax revenues is dedicated mostly to quality of life priorities, this would still require a 3% cut, which is about $6.3 million. Next slide. As you can see here in scenario A, the public safety carries most of the weight because they comprise about 60% of the general fund budget. I would like to clarify that for police, the 8.5 million includes the 5.2 million of cuts from the previous year that were delayed and then carried over into the current year. Next slide. In scenario B, if a measure is approved by voters, the anticipated reduction for all departments would be 3%, or as I mentioned, 6.3 million. I would like to note again for police that 4 million of the proposed additional sales tax revenue is being allocated on this slide to reduce their level of reductions already. Council could direct, if they desired, to propose to allocate more of the additional revenues to maintain and restore public safety positions in the future. Next slide. Another version of scenario A is one in which public safety maintains their budget and staffing levels, and all other departments are required to make up the difference. In this scenario, all non-public safety have to implement 20% budget reductions, which will have to be achieved by a combination of reduced service levels, service delayed responses, potentially hours of operation, increased fees, or elimination of programs altogether. City staff have already began the discussion and the considerations of what this would imply. Just a couple examples of, in this particular scenario, it's pretty draconian. A couple examples of program elimination would be considering the HIP, the Housing Improvement Program for seniors, Torrance Theater, the Park Tree or bench dedication, potentially full or partial facility closures, including the March and the Nature Center, some of the branch libraries, and cancellation of special events such as fireworks, Halloween carnival, turkey trot, and such. There could potentially mean a reduction in permit center operating hours, level of services, and delays in plan check reviews, increases in airport fees, reduction in the frequency of landscape maintenance, or reduction of street asphalt repairs, including potholes, just to give a few examples of what may be considered if this is the option. Next slide. In this scenario B, the measure approved by voters, but council has, if council directs to have public safety maintain their budgets, may still mean service level reductions, but not as drastic as the previous slide. Whichever direction council chooses to provide, city staff are preparing to present to your honorable body an initial budget reduction proposal for scenario A, likely in September, this upcoming September. And before I move on with the presentation, I would like to call on Chief Hart and Chief Cerna to comment on what the impact of current vacancies have been for this past year, and what the impact would potentially be with the scenario A reductions.
Thank you, Chief Hart, Police Department. With the current staffing levels that we're at right now, in anticipation of the budget cuts of $5.2 million from the very beginning, where we're supposed to be at a budget over 238 positions, we have 16 that are frozen. In addition to those 16, we have 26 vacancies. The police department, especially with our personnel division, has been working very hard and diligently to increase our recruitment process and to get them through backgrounds in a timely manner without sacrificing the quality of employees that we look for. To that fact, we have 12 police officer recruits in the academy right now, spread over 3 different classes. So that does bring our actual numbers down to only 14 vacancies, but those officers in the academy, soon-to-be officers, are not realized on the street. So when you look at the 16 frozen positions, the 26 vacancies, on top of that, what that's done, with the pressures on law enforcement, the scrutiny that's happening, some of our officers in the organization who could stay longer have chosen to retire early. And so on top of that, we are carrying 15 vacancies of employees who are running time. So those numbers have a real and relevant impact on the operations in the police department, and we are doing everything we can to still provide a high level of service, quality, and responsiveness to the community. And one of those things that we've done that shows the commitment to that is because our numbers are so low in patrol, we've instituted a policy of CARPing, which stands for Cadre of Administrative Reserve Personnel. And what that means is inside the police department right now, if you do not work patrol, you're in a detective division, a specialized division of the organization. Any officer outside patrol is mandated to work 2 shifts of patrol every month. We are doing that just to meet bare minimum staffing levels for patrol. That has also resulted in some officers who are close to retirement leaving early because they have to make a decision on their investigative job, and now we're asking them to go back out in the field and to be in the role of a patrol officer. In the last 3 weeks, we've had 2 unannounced retirements or resignations of the last 3 weeks, so 6 people, which are unannounced we're trying to account for. Because of that, that affects the CARPing levels, which looks like we may have to now go to 3 shifts a month for every employee outside of patrol. When you look at 3 shifts outside of patrol, with 1 training day a month, we're looking at a 25% reduction in the ability of staff outside of patrol to do their job. So that's a 25% reduction in the amount of investigators doing property crime investigations, forgery investigations, aggravated assault investigations. Now, we're not there yet, but what I've directed our command staff to do is to monitor very, very closely that with the reduction of 25% of people outside patrol, we may reach the point, even right now, where we have to adjust the type of calls we respond to in order to stay available for priority 1 calls for service. So these are some of the real and relevant impacts we're already seeing in anticipation of the 5.2 million cuts and with the advancement in retirements. And over the next 2 years, we have at least 20 more employees that will be available, will be ready to retire based on the formulas of how they've been hired. If we're looking at a reduction of impacts of 8.5 million, the reality is this. That will change the face, the structure, and the level of public safety services we're able to provide for the city. We are committed to have a field response and patrol and traffic that can respond to priority 1 calls. So when people call 911, we can be there. But we would have to drastically reduce the amount of officers that we have. Approximately looking at 30 police officer positions, 7 police sergeants, 3 police lieutenants, our entire crossing guard program, and some professional staff. And those 30 police officers would not come from patrol. They'd come from our special investigations unit, at a time where deaths due to fentanyl overdoses are up 30% in the city of Torrance. It would have to be a reduction in detectives at a time where our property crime rate is increasing. So it'd be a real and relevant impact because there are no programs that we can cut to reach the $8.5 million or even the 5.2. It has to be people, it has to be positions. And that is the situation we find ourselves in right now. Once again, though, the commitment to the council, talk to the city manager about, and to the community, is that we will adjust the form and function of the police department, so when people call 911, we will be there. But there will be a real relevant impact to the amount of people we'll be able to recruit to our city that affects our staffing levels, and also the way that we do our follow-up investigations in the city of Torrance. Those are the impacts right now and projected for the police department.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Martin Stern, the Fire Chief for the Fire Department. I'll speak to some of the elements that we spoke to the community a few years back. If you recall, we established a independent strategic plan. Actually, we created 3 documents, and I'll speak to a little bit of our strategic plan, but I'll also touch on our standards of coverage and the impacts that would have if we went forward with the proposed budget reductions. The elements of time and number of responders are critical when considering considerations when evaluating the deployment of coverage strategies. Simply stated, TFD deployment and coverage strategies are about the speed and effectiveness of the response force required to initiate proper attack or intervention in the event of a life-altering event. Speed requires first due apparatus. Speed requires, does that work? Speed requires that strategically located apparatus throughout the city and our response area to produce travel times that produce positive outcomes. Placing apparatus strategically allows the first due units to keep incidents from escalating to in size, scope, and complexity. A quick response keeps minor or moderate emergencies from needing additional resources, which maintains the proper distribution, concentration of resources within our community. An effective response force is the minimum amount of equipment, staffing that must reach the scene of an emergency to initiate an effective response strategy. The ERF, or Effective Response Force, consists of enough firefighters assembled on scene to safely control the emergency and keep it from escalating to a greater alarm or reducing the impacts of a medical emergency. This was established through our strategic plan and the expectations of the community when we solicited feedback through that process. TFD to be able to quickly and safely handle the typical emergency, medical emergency, or typical fire, considering that TFD cannot arrive instantly to save a life, every person, or hold every fire to a room of origin, the department's response objective must always consider the effectiveness, efficiency, and reliability of the ERF, or Effective Response Force. And I share that part when you look at the budget reduction proposals. There will be a impact to our response model. Up to 8 to 10 firefighters if we went with the reduction of $1.8 million to our budget will have an impact on how we respond. It will increase our response times. And when we look at response times and we measure our ability to respond, we look at 4 criteria: a cascade of events, kind of with that normalcy, kind of like we are now, to the event when a community member recognizes an emergency, our response time, alarm handling time, and when we arrive on scene to mitigate the emergency, and we bring back that sense of normalcy. We also look at fire behavior. Fire behavior in structures have drastically changed. Modern buildings have a heavy fire load, which allows fires to spread very quickly. Our ability to respond in a timely manner is incredibly important to keep that fire to its point of origin. Chain of survival.
we've touched on that in the past when we speak to someone suffering a cardiac event, and that 4 to 6 minute survivability rate for individual experiencing a heart attack. And then lastly, the golden hour, which is when someone suffers a traumatic event, such as either a traffic accident or a gunshot wound, something that's trauma related. So those are the 4 methods that we utilize when we look to compare our response patterns and our ability to mitigate that in a timely manner. Reduction of fire services or firefighters will have that direct impact on our ability to mitigate an emergency. As Chief Hart stated, we will move forward and ensure that we have an effective response in the event budget reductions move forward. I can assure you that our firefighters are professional. We'll change our model if required. We'll meet the mission requirements that are established by our community and our mission statement. But I want to be clear, there will be an impact on any reductions in safety budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hart and Chief Serna. Next slide, please. From a fiscal sustainability standpoint, as I mentioned earlier, the city is currently not prepared to respond to any sort of immediate significant emergency. Additionally, the city continues to manage ongoing litigation. Typically, there is a reserve balance for large settlements, but at this time, that balance is 0. If there are any large litigation settlements that occur between now and the end of the fiscal year that exceed the budgeted amount, that will have to come from our reserve balance of $8 million. I should have noted in the previous slide that the 10-year forecast does not include budget for litigation readiness and other unmet needs or unbudgeted priorities, such as, next slide please, Katie. It does not include the priorities for downtown revitalization, homelessness, or any park equipment replacement or renovations. From recent council meetings, I'm hearing that the council and residents would like to see more options for pallet shelter locations and for the downtown plan to move forward. The challenge now, however, is that we don't have, unfortunately, budget for either. So we will be moving forward with budget reductions, but without the sales tax measure, those budget reductions will not ensure that we can fund these priorities. Next slide. So why propose a sales tax ballot measure? First and foremost, to stabilize our operating budget, to recover from the pandemic and rebuild the reserves, and bring back capital projects that were defunded. Secondly, to restore public safety and maintain service levels. 3, to address unmet needs or unbudgeted high-level priorities. And lastly, to maintain local control. Of the last 2 county sales tax increases passed, only 13 cents on the dollar is being returned to Torrance. Both Measure H and Measure R, which equates to a 3/4 cent tax, were passed in 2017. Of those, Torrance generated $73 million, but only received back $9 million. If I recall correctly, and this is no secret, we had embarked on this effort 2 years ago, and Mayor Fury had referred to Torrance as a donor city. 2 years ago, this was the main platform that we had really set forward on. However, the pandemic has completely changed the conversation, and we now have 3 additional reasons for which we were here before your honorable body. Next slide. So just a couple slides on how sales tax works and what the difference is between sales tax and transactions and use tax. Currently, the sales tax rate here in Torrance is $9.5 million, and the state maximum is 10.25. What that means is that there's 0.75, 3/4 cent remaining left that either Torrance can propose to keep here local, or the county can propose, as they had over the last several years, to impose themselves, and Torrance continue to remain a donor city. Next slide. Other important facts to note is that of the 1%, the current tax right now is called the Bradley Burns sales tax, and that's 1%. of the 9.5 from the previous slide. About 50% are generated from non-residents. Now, if an additional transactions and use tax, or TUT, also known as a district tax, is passed, 29% of that additional tax will be generated from non-residents. And the reason why it's not 50% is a function of how sales tax versus TUT works. Next slide. The best example I can use would be for the sale of a car. So the 1% Bradley Burns tax that's currently being charged to our residents is based on point of sale, versus the TUT would be based on place of use. So in the scenario, currently with the 1% point of sale, basically means whatever, if a customer is at the register in Torrance and pays there, Torrance gets that 1%, plain and simple. For online sales, that means the 1% in LA County goes into an LA County pool, and then it is pooled across the counties based on their share of what the sales tax generates. So currently, right now, Torrance gets 3% of the 1% of that pool. The difference between current Bradley Burns and the TUT is that the TUT would be based on place of use. As I'd mentioned, the best example is for a car. If someone was in person and bought goods in the store, it's assumed that the place of use will be in Torrance. However, car dealers are required to collect the tax rate for the jurisdiction where the vehicle is to be registered. For example, when a Long Beach resident whose current sales tax is 10.25 comes to Torrance to purchase a vehicle, they pay the Long Beach rate of 10.25, but the additional TUT goes to Long Beach, not Torrance. Torrance just gets the 1%. Next slide. So the TUT has been one tool that several cities have used to address their financial instability issues. In California, about 68% have enacted a TUT, and in Los Angeles County, about 58%, with the majority of them becoming effective in just the last 3 years. What does that mean for a resident in Torrance? On average, if an additional sales tax is enacted of 0.75, that would be about $130 per person, or $521 for a family of 4. Naturally, that will depend on household income and spending habits. That number will be higher for some, that number will be lower for others. Next slide. Here you can see that Torrance is not alone, with the growth in the number of TUT districts being driven by strained budgets as well. Next slide. The next several slides are really just a list to give council an idea of the cities that have enacted a TUT over the last 3 years. Those highlighted in blue are those that Torrance considers comparable cities based on their size. Those highlighted in orange are those that are neighboring South Bay cities. In 2019, you can see that our comparables, Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena, had passed additional TUT, and our neighbors Hawthorne and Lawndale. I did take a look at the staff reports from when these TUT were being passed, and it's the same reason: constrained budgets and to maintain local control. Next slide. In 2020, our neighbor Gardena had passed a TUT. Next slide. This is just the remaining of the list that took effect in 2020. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, you're there. And then lastly, in 2021, Beverly Hills and our neighbors Carson and Lomita had passed additional TUT as well. Next slide. We then wanted to segregate out LA County cities of comparable populations of over 100,000. There's 16 total cities over 100,000 in population, including Torrance, 12 of them with an additional TUT. We'd also like to note that most of these cities that did enact a TUT did also implement either an oversight committee and an audit. So the additional sales tax is subject to an annual audit. This is part of the recommendation of city staff and is an option for council should they direct staff to move forward. Next slide. Of the LA County cities greater than 100,000, I mentioned a total of 16. Those that have not yet, or have not at this time, implemented a TUT are listed here. Los Angeles, Santa Clarita, ourselves in Torrance, and West Covina. I did want to also take a look at how these cities are really managing. Santa Clarita, they are in a very healthy reserve situation. They did dip into their reserves in the first fiscal year of 2020, however, essentially left unscathed as they still have 56% of their fund balance remaining. Also, they do not have their own public safety. They contract out with Los Angeles County. West Covina, similar situation. Their sales tax revenues did not dip as much as Torrance. At the end of 2020, they still had, however, a fund balance remaining of 18%. In the next fiscal year, 2022, or I'm sorry, in the previous year, coming into 21, they implemented 5% budget reductions themselves. Next slide. Just to look at one other different way, ranking Torrance with its peers based not only on population, but their general fund budget size. Excluding Los Angeles City, Torrance is in the top 5 in terms of general fund budget, the only one remaining without a TUT. And as mentioned previously, there's Santa Clarita and West Covina at 9.5 as well. Next slide. Okay, looking at the recommended categories of where this money would go if we did, if voters did pass it. These 4 categories are quality of life, fiscal sustainability, city building improvements and maintenance, and emergency responsiveness in relation to cybersecurity. And as you can see here, the majority of it is being proposed to be allocated mostly towards quality of life. Next slide. The categories are examples of what makes up that 18.5 million. As I had mentioned before, is to restore and maintain public safety, top of that list. However, funding throughout this process, funding can be proposed to be shifted from other categories should council choose to do so. Also included in quality of life is homelessness response efforts, parks and community services, improvements, beautification, sidewalk repairs, and such. And then following slides, next slide, we have more specific examples of what these, what proposed projects may be. It includes, for homelessness, would include potential land purchase, would increase our options to find additional sites for our temporary homeless housing. The Columbia Park, pathways rehab, playground equipment replacement, restroom renovations, utility undergrounding, and planting of trees and other landscaping. Next slide. This would also include to increase, or I guess I could say expedite, repairs for sidewalk, curb ramps, and curb gutters citywide. Would increase the amount of arterial and collector streets repaired and repaved. Expanding the HIP program to keep seniors and disabled in their homes. And finally, launch the facade improvement program citywide. Next slide. For the last 3 categories, the goal of fiscal sustainability, it was really to rebuild reserves to that healthy balance, and keep fleet services fund, which is currently at a net operating loss right now, to stabilize that fund. City building improvements, they're not getting any younger, and also to retrofit them for, to seismic retrofit them, such that we would be able to, in the event there's an earthquake, be able to respond. And then lastly, in light of the recent cyber incident, to be able to respond to that as well. Next slide. In terms of local control, to give you an idea of the 2.25% that's currently being allocated to the county, The estimated contribution from Torrance is about $112 million, and of that received is $22.8 million. So about 20%, and we would expect that to be the same if another 3/4 cent or any measure is passed in Los Angeles County to be the situation. Next slide. So as we compile the reduction scenarios to be presented in September, these are the items, many I've already touched on, that need to be considered. Items I didn't touch on earlier would include contract opportunities, cultural and recreation fees, salary adjustments, and what has recently proven to be challenging for the city is attraction and retention of talented employees. Next slide. Just a sample calendar of events. To have enough time to do the proper polling and education of the public, the ideal timeline is 10 to 12 months, which is why we are here before you today. The activities that will occur between now and April, if approved, would be further communication with council on what the fiscal impacts would be, communication with the CDTFA is the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, formerly the Board of Equalization, allow us to do polling of the community to gauge their priorities and their needs. And that will happen twice. It will happen in the beginning, very beginning, and then again in the end. One thing to note too is that if the polling results indicated that there is no appetite or very little appetite, and that the feasibility of a measure is low with our voters, that we would not recommend to move forward with placing the measure on the ballot. Next slide. Next steps, the next immediate steps, and part of the recommendation tonight would be to issue a request for proposal for public opinion polling and gathering of community input, and really just education services for the outreach efforts. This RFP is attached to the staff report, and although it is within city manager's approval authority, it will be brought forward to council for approval if council directs to approve so. Also, allow me to point out, I did inadvertently left out the cost for polling consultants of $75,000 on this slide, but it is included in page, I think it's page 2 of the staff report. The cost for polling, the cost for paper communications is about $14,000, and if shown to be feasible with the polling, the cost to place it on the ballot is about $256,000. At this time, while we are far from closing the books on fiscal year 21, it's looking like we may have additional fund balance that can be utilized towards these efforts. Next slide. If approved, city staff plan to execute a robust effort to educate the community on city finances, the implications and the alternatives, very similar to what is being presented today. And this will be through several different outlets, via phone, online, mail surveys, website. A standalone website would be created to house all this information, and city staff presentations will be held at community organizations such as labor groups, homeowners associations, the Chamber of Commerce, nonprofits, TUSD, and more. Next slide. So in closing, we are here before you to submit for voter consideration a Torrance pandemic recovery and public safety protection measure proposal for a local 3/4 cent transactions and use tax ballot measure for the June 7, 2022 election. Next slide. I guess I should say lastly, placing the measure on the ballot does not constitute a vote by the council on such measure and whether or not they would approve themselves at the ballot, but whether to give the voters an opportunity to decide if the TUT is an appropriate action to provide additional funding to meet the community's needs. Should it not be an option for the community, as mentioned, city staff do have a commitment, and the alternative would be to move forward with implementing scenario A. Before opening it up for questions and discussion, City Manager Shaparian, have any additional comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Poisson. Your Honor and City Council, the information shared with you paints a realistic picture of our current fiscal affairs. This effort is done as a proactive measure to ensure the quality of life for Torrance is sustained, not for just the current residents and businesses and visitors, but for future generations. I think we're at a crossroads. We're seeing as they say, the train was coming pre-pandemic, and I've shared this with you in the past. We're seeing a reduction of our traditional reliance on sales tax via online sales. We've seen a switch from traditional fossil fuel to solar panels and cell phone usage that's also reduced our reliance on utility user tax. The pandemic exacerbated the situation with the significant loss of revenue, and we're also seeing new models emerging, such as less use of office space. The retail landscape is shifting from your traditional brick and mortar, perhaps 100,000 square foot footprint, to significantly lower retail landscape. So for us, it's really preparing for the future. And some of the commitments we're making as an organization with your support is to earmark. We would encourage earmarking these dollars where we're building infrastructure, we're building on city services to make sure that Torrance is on a continued path of success. Otherwise, we're just going to maintain status quo, and to maintain status quo in itself is going to be demanding. To forego pay raises or pay adjustments for multiple years, we've been there. I don't take this lightly. We were there in the 2008 when we dealt with the Great Recession. Looking at our fluctuation of reserves is really not a strategy that a city of our size and magnitude should embrace. So the commitments we're making, and we're also collectively as executive leadership, and with hopefully support of council and the community, we have to go. Putting this measure is one thing, but to be able to garner the support and have an open and transparent conversation community is going to be paramount. We have a collective opportunity to make a decision. One can look at it as a tax, a burden. I would also like to frame it as an investment in the future, in the retention of our quality of life, in the home values that we've enjoyed, the quality of our schools. I think the ecosystem is all connected. We're available and willing to work hard between now and next June to share that message with our community. And with that, we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Shaparian, Ms. Poisson, Chiefs. I was on the council in 2008 and 2009 when we went through the Great Recession, we can call it now. And it was a slow diminution of our funding. Things went down not as drastically as what occurred in 2020 because of the pandemic. And I always remember Ms. Poisson's predecessor always saying he was cautiously optimistic, and he truly was cautiously optimistic. We didn't bounce back from that recession the way that most times you do, and we were still in it. I mean, we had not come back from that recession when 2020 came upon us, and then everything fell off the table. We lost all of our revenues, sales revenue, utility users tax. The only thing that maintained stability was our property tax, and I know nobody really recognizes that we get a very small portion of property tax. I think 12.5 or 13%, 13 cents on a dollar that's spent in. Most of it goes to the County of Los Angeles, the state of California, and education, which are important things. But coming back and maybe, I was here when we were cutting positions and freezing positions, and it was so nice to start bringing them back, but we never got all the way back to where we were. We're saying we've got 200 empty positions right now, but if you actually would count back to how many that never did come back, we're probably closer to 500 less people than we had in 2007, 2008, when the recession hit us. And yet we've still been able to provide excellent services. Our public safety is known, and it's one of the things I think our public is very adamant that we have to have the public safety that we have. That's why our property values are where they're at, because we have such a strong police department, strong fire department. But it's the other services that we provide to people as well. The libraries, all the community services that we provide, it makes us different than other cities, and we hear about that all the time. And we never lost all of our reserves before. And this time we were precariously lost in a position and not having a reserves for litigation. That's a frightening position to be in. Can we come back from it without a sales tax measure? I guess, but the quality of life is going to change in our city, and it would change probably for the next 20, 30, 40 years. And that's devastating, I think, to myself and to my colleagues up here. Nobody wants to have another tax. Nobody wants to pay another tax. But when you consider how much the percentage of the taxes are from outsiders paying to help for our services, that's what sales tax really does. When you shop in a village, you're paying taxes so that you are safe in that village, whatever that village is. You're making sure that the police are there, the fire are there, all the streets are good. And that's what you're paying for when you're in the village. We as citizens who live in our village, we expect the best services possible because of all the other taxes we pay. We're paying property taxes, but we're also paying a utility users tax. We're also paying business licenses and things like that. But that's what government runs on. We don't make profit in any other way. So it's not easy that we come to this position to do this. And I know it was difficult the last time. And I guess we were 10 points off of getting that. But it still wasn't income, because that was just a provisional tax that if something else would happen. And frankly, I think if we didn't have the pandemic, the county would have been in there already with a tax measure that would have taken it. And if not them, the Air Quality Management District was looking at a multi-county one so that they can get that extra 3/4 cents from cities. We look back on being a donor city, and that's what we were called by a lot of other cities in our county, is that because we were giving so much money through Measure A, B, M, R, H. That's 2.25% that's going, and we're not getting it back. We're getting 20% back on the dollar that we're, so this would be all money that would come in here. Quality of life is the biggest thing, and we include public safety as one of the biggest quality of life things that we have in our city. But we also have to look at community service. We have to look at the libraries. I had an email today from somebody who is very adamantly opposed to a sales tax. And that person is also really involved in our Torrance Road Float Association. I mean, did you not hear when we had discussion about cutting a budget for Torrance Culture Arts, how those people were upset? But frankly, if we don't have a sales tax measure, that's the low-hanging fruit. The fireworks are gone. The Rose Float, we cut that before in the midst of the recession. I believe it was 2010, where we cut out all funding for that, and only because of some great lobbying and some great manipulation of finding the funding for that. That's how we came back on that. But it is very difficult to keep the quality of life. And then we look at things that everybody wants. We're looking at the downtown revitalization. It's going to take money. We have to have capital to do the downtown revitalization. We don't do street improvements as fast as people like. I would argue against that, but when you're riding on a bumpy street, you figure that's the street that we're not taking care of. But if we have enough funding to be able to do those things, we can make the quality of life that much better. And the idea that we will have an oversight committee looking at that to make sure that the money is getting spent, I think that would bode well with our community, with those people who are adamantly opposed to paying a tax. But when it breaks down to less than a Starbucks coffee a week, I mean, that's what you have to look at. You have to look at the bottom line, how much everybody will be paying. We have lots of comments. I'll be surprised if everybody doesn't comment on this. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this coming forward in a public forum. I mean, in my opinion, this is really no different. It's a different period of time, but it's really no different than the Measure X that was proposed back in 2020. I can appreciate all the comments that have been made by staff and our chiefs. I guess in a way I feel that we always revert back to like, oh, it's going to affect public safety, it's going to affect the way we live, it's going to, we have to cut down all the beautiful things that we do in town, and I get that. I've run budgets myself for different things, and I get that when you're short on funds, you have to cut certain things. I get that. Although what I don't get is the fact that we mention certain things that should be already paid for by the taxpayers. We have increasing vagrant and homeless situation in town. It's possibly nationwide, but we've been seeing it predominantly here in the Southern California area. Maybe it's the weather, I don't know, or maybe busloads are being dropped off, but whatever the case is, the taxpayers are paying into Measure H, for instance, as an example. Here in Torrance, we dump about approximately $12.5 million of people's money into a pot, of which, from these numbers, and even from our homeless plan that we've recently put in place, we hardly got anything back, if anything. What I predict, because my understanding of this is a general fund tax, not a specific tax, and really the difference is one goes into the general pot, the other one would be specifically earmarked for certain things. Now, our city manager, you mentioned about earmarking. Would that change it to a specific tax, or are we still keeping it as a proposed general fund tax?
We're proposing as a general, Honorable Councilman, the city manager, we're proposing as a general sales tax, but the earmarking is a mechanism that council can allocate to specific categories that we shared with you. If we want to have a specific purpose tax, then that's a higher threshold for voter approval.
I got you.
So what we're
I think
recommending.
Two-thirds, it requires
correct.
two-thirds versus 50% plus one. Okay, so, we also talk about quality of life. We can't just throw money at quality of life. Quality of life is affected heavily by bad policies, especially in Sacramento and also at the federal level. Dumping of prisoners onto our streets really increased the number, in my opinion, increased the number of homeless on our streets as well. My understanding that Torrance PD, upwards of 70% of the calls are homeless related or vagrant related, however you want to call them. I would imagine that once we start chipping away at the vagrants off the streets, putting them in these pods or putting them in shelters, putting them through programs, I would hope that some of those calls might be minimized to the police department. And I get it. We're short on staff, short on money, short on everything. But what I'm starting to see is that we're, I guess in a way, trying to already sell it to the public, and I'm not crazy about that idea. I'm not trying to, upset you guys in any way, but it's almost like Groundhog's Day. We're reliving Measure X all over again. We just kind of changed the name, and I get it. It's COVID-19, but COVID-19 was the losses that we've had, everybody else had. So it's not like we're unique. It's not like, oh, we need a tax because we suffered this, and this. Everybody else did as well. The 10.25 cap, and I've said it before in the past, that's just one legislative vote away from being increased. So when I look at a cap, it's just a cap that's artificial. It's not set in stone. It can be changed. It could go up, and just like taxes, they usually don't ever go down. I also believe that with the increases in cost of goods, and considering that sales tax, and we rely heavily on sales tax, I would imagine, and I think our finance director can attest to this, that if, as an example, a piece of lumber, a 2x4, used to cost the public $1.75, now it's about $10. Whatever that may, as an example, don't quote me on that. That would increase the sales tax revenue. that 1% that comes back to Torrance heavily. You multiply that across the whole spectrum of things that are taxable within a city, or within, I guess in our case, within the city, that 1% revenue, the projections, I think should be, I know we're taking a conservative approach, but I believe those projections should be looking a lot better based on the increases of cost of goods. Would you maybe agree to that, or?
Councilman Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. I can see your standpoint. To give you an idea, we talk about sales tax a lot because it is our largest revenue generator. However, even at a level of 7 to 10%, that would a 7 to 10% growth in sales tax. That would be about $1.5, $1.6 million. However, just as an example for comparison purposes, a 2% increase in salary is over $3 million. So it just doesn't cover that much. So there's also property tax, UUT, occupancy tax tanked. We still have yet to see how long that will recover, but sales tax isn't going to solve the entire problem. Just given that even a very healthy growth rate of 10% doesn't even cover a 2% increase in salaries.
Gotcha. And the numbers are somewhere, but I'm just going to ask you if you know it off the top of your head. On the property taxes, what percentage of that comes back to the city directly or indirectly, I guess?
12 cents
12 cents per dollar. Okay.
Correct. Most of it goes to Torrance Unified School District.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would imagine. And of course, the property values have gone up considerably in the last couple of years, especially. I mean, I don't think you can find a tear down in Torrance for under $1 million. So, having said that, I mean, and with a big turnaround of homes that are happening every month, month after month, year after year, I would imagine that tax base increases quite a bit, especially in the last 4 years. I would imagine that revenue stream, even though it might be 12 cents or 12 point something cents per dollar, I would imagine that revenue stream is pretty healthy right now. And I think we've discussed this before, that the recovery might take a long time, but it will come. And I think it's going to be a lot quicker than we think, because let's face it, the shutdowns were, I guess in a way, imposed on us. So they weren't shutdowns because business was bad. They were shut down because government was bad. The way we handled things, I'm not saying here, but just overall, the way we handled things, I think was horrible. Shutting down businesses was horrible. So I think the recovery may actually be a lot quicker than we might be proposing on paper. If we want to really truly look at this, I think adding more burden on the taxpayers is just not a good time right now. And I know we need the money. I get it. We want to plant more trees. We want to fix the streets. But streets, for instance, SB1, that's another tax that's been imposed on the taxpayers almost every day. Like every time you jump in a car or a motorcycle, you're paying the SB1 tax to fix, potholes and streets or whatever. Specifically, that SB1 funds are, and I believe some of our projects are funded partially by SB1 funds. So, when we say, we can fix more potholes, this and that, I get it, but, technically we're already paying into a lot of different taxes. I mean, we're almost running out of alphabet letters with all these measures and propositions, So what I'm trying to get at is that if we're going to do something, let's make it specific to a specific need or a couple specific needs. If we want to make it, look, we're going to help police and fire so they can, go full force, maybe have more patrols, add some fire trucks, whatever. I would almost be more inclined, and then we've talked about this before in the past, I'd be more inclined to a specific tax, even though it requires 2/3, which, in my opinion, a new tax should have a supermajority approval, in my opinion. The same way we have a supermajority approval in the legislation. I believe any taxes at the state level requires 2/3 approval, in my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just feel that if you have 2/3 approval of the people, then you pretty much have a good sense that that's what the people want. Public safety is very important. I get that, and I would never want to see any of the two main departments that I think keep us safe ever be underfunded or understaffed. I would never want to see that. So don't think that me not necessarily supporting this right now means anything that would want to take away from you guys. But I do think that we're putting in a huge burden, and without being without being a specific tax and going into the general fund, what I think is that once we're gone, those earmarks may change, unless they're specific, right? If it's a specific tax, they can't just say, well, I'm just going to take it from the fire department and give it to, whatever, building a building for my friends to hang out at, just as an example. But if it's a specific tax, they can't do that. It would go directly to that particular department or that particular task. What I'm worried about is that, yeah, we might have great intentions, but we're 1 or 2 elections away from changing everybody here. Then what? And that's where I think a specific tax would be something that I would, even though I'm not crazy about it, but I would let the public decide. A specific tax to me would be the fair way of handling it, and knowing exactly, without any possibility of changing the direction of where that money's going to go eventually, and having a 2/3 of the population in Torrance to approve it. Those are my thoughts. But anyways, I want to hear what everybody else is. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for your presentation and information on this really challenging subject. And I know a lot of work's been put into it, and nobody likes to see their taxes increase. I had a bunch of questions that I'd just like to get some clarification on, if possible, to help paint the picture and make sure that we understand what we're looking at and what we're doing here. One of the common fallacies that I hear time and time again is in relation to car sales, and Ms. Boisson, you touched on that, that people will say, well, I'm not going to buy a car in Torrance if you raise the sales tax rate. And if I heard you correctly, you said that that really isn't the case. And so let's say that I'm going to go out and buy a car. If I buy that car in Orange County, as some people tell me in their messages, that they'll be able to get it at a lower price because of a lower tax rate in Orange County. Comment on that if you wouldn't mind.
Councilman, this is Sheila Poisson, Finance Director once again. Your understanding is correct. The sales tax rate that a resident would pay would be based on where the vehicle will be registered.
Registered. I want to make sure
Correct.
that's clear, not where it's purchased.
Correct. So in the example that I had provided, a Long Beach resident, which is currently at 10 1/4, comes to Torrance, which is at 9 1/4, they don't get a benefit. They're still paying the 10 1/4 Long Beach rate, but that additional 3/4 that Long Beach has enacted will go to Long Beach.
Great. That's what I thought, and I've heard so many people say that time and time again, that, oh my gosh, if you guys raise the sales tax here in Torrance, I'm going to go someplace else to buy my car, when in fact that really gets them no benefit.
That's correct.
All right, thank you for clarifying that and allowing me to reiterate that fallacy that people seem to have. Obviously, spending $420,000 on a proposal like this to put this all together and get it to the ballot, it's a lot of money. And obviously, we all, I'm sure, want to make sure that if we're going to spend that kind of money, that we want to have a reasonable chance that that money will, in fact, result in what we're hoping for, and that's to increase the tax to bring in the additional revenue that the city is desiring. My concern is if things don't go well and we spend $420,000, where's that money coming from?
Councilman, Adam Chaparro, City Manager. The decision, initial polling will give us a gauge as to the community's interest. If the numbers are not supporting of the effort, then we wouldn't recommend additional expenditure. should we get to the point where there's a level of interest that we can build on upon education to get to the point of passage, we will be recommending utilizing our current reserve, the 8.1 million that Ms. Poisson mentioned earlier, as a funding source.
Great, and that's exactly the direction I was looking to have you explain, is that we don't have to necessarily commit $420,000
No, sir.
today.
No.
We would be able to buy into this at a lower level. I think the $75,000 for the consultant and some polling, and and then we could make a decision later on based on better information, as well as seeing a contingency budget that will give us a more clear picture than what we really have today.
Yes.
So that we can avoid making a bigger commitment of dollars if we see things are not going in a positive way. Because that's one of my big concerns is obviously spending a lot of money and then not getting a return, and that would be a tremendous waste. And since we just recently went through a sales tax initiative that failed, I don't want to duplicate that and throw this kind of money away. And so I guess I asked two questions in relation to the election. There's an estimate in the agenda item for $256,000. We've been shocked by the county for election fees in the past, that we were estimated one thing and told to pay a much higher number in the past. How certain are we in the numbers that's being given to us in this proposal of $256,000 for putting this on the ballot?
Councilman Sheila Poisson, the figures that 256,000 was provided by the county registrar as an estimate, and that represents only the incremental amount for the general election.
Incremental over the cost of our general
Correct.
council, mayor election, and so forth. So we feel pretty confident that that's a safe number, or are we subject to some ridiculous thing like the county did to us in the past, where it was like double or more than what we had originally been given as an estimate?
Councilman Alam, City Manager, I believe last time they quoted 650 and we ended up a little shy under 500, if City Clerk recalls. But we would hope this estimate is accurate and it wouldn't fluctuate.
Okay. So, and then the other question in relation to the election is, what's the deadline of actually having to make that commitment of that money?
I believe it's in January when you'll be voting on the actual resolution to place the
so
ballot
according
measure.
to the timeline then that was provided in the item on the display, the items that we would be needing to expend money on initially would be the RFP for the consultant and the polling costs.
It's about $150,000, and then obviously if we decide to move forward, it would be the 256.
Okay, so the 150 is roughly what you're saying we would have to invest before we'd make further financial decisions?
Probably a little bit less, since upon the placement of the ballot measure, then a lot of the advocacy and campaigning will follow in the latter half of in the beginning of 2022.
Okay, thanks for helping me understand the finances a little bit better. A question on the oversight committee, which I think is really an important piece of doing anything like this. How long does that oversight committee remain in place?
It can remain forever, or until such time that council changes the format or the oversight of the oversight committee.
And can you expand on what that oversight committee is and who would be in it?
Sure. In most cities, and Ms. Poisson can add, in most cities, it's a community-based group selected by the council through the similar methodology we've used in the past. Doesn't have to be as large as a strategic plan, but perhaps a 7 to 11 member committee across different interests of the community, cross sections of sectors. They'll have access to the CAFR, the audit report for that effort, and then they'll have opportunity to receive staff updates and feedback, and to ensure that the allocation approved by council is what the funding is being dedicated to. And then the follow-up report can come in front of your honorable body.
And that committee would primarily be after such a tax is implemented?
Correct.
And how often would they typically report?
I believe it typically is quarterly. It can be twice a year. It can be annual, as frequent as we establish. And that can always be modified.
Councilman, to add to that, the cities that have enacted a TUT and have an oversight committee, the member size is typically between 5 to 7 appointed by council. The process to do so actually happens after the voters approve a measure. If they do approve a measure, we would have to come back to your honorable body with an ordinance, and that ordinance would specify. I don't know if it specifies exactly how often they meet, but it is under council discretion.
And if I may add, it can also come before the Finance and Government Operations Committee, another layer of oversight through our normal fiscal reporting.
Right, and I hope the public understands that this committee is really something that's important to help make sure that we're spending the money in ways that, this additional money, in ways that we sold this in the first place if it's so approved. And I think that's a really critical piece of this. Another thing that hasn't really been talked about that I wanted to see if staff could touch on is we're a city now in the minority of not having the additional sales tax. Does that put us as a city at a financial disadvantage to other cities? And I would think it does, but I'd like to hear staff's comments on in what ways do they think that that puts us at a financial disadvantage, if you agree with that comment.
I would take the approach, and I'll turn over to Finance Director, who, as the Chief alluded to earlier, I think we have a disadvantage with some of our comparable agencies in a post-pandemic environment where if we're reducing our services, for example, in the police operations, if we're shifting bodies from special detail to patrol and we're reducing positions of future opportunity and growth, those individuals who are at that peak in their career, or I think we have a brand identity as a class 1 operation, then we're competing against other agencies. We also had a question that we checked with our sales tax consultants. Do most shoppers have an awareness of the sales tax when they're selecting purchases? And the typical response has been, no, they do not. You just purchase, you have an awareness maybe on larger items, but generally that's not a decision factor. But from a staff retention and recruitment perspective, we're experiencing that now anecdotally, where individuals know there's a looming 5.2 million reduction in police, and now if we add another 3 million, just the awareness is impacting people's decision to perhaps transfer to other agencies, which may be perceived as more stable.
Right, and I can certainly see there's the issue of hiring employees for our city, whether it's been public safety or any area of our city. If they see that we're underfunded as a city compared to other cities that they might be considering, then that puts us at a disadvantage from an employee standpoint. But I also would think it actually puts us at a disadvantage in other areas, such as additional services that we offer to the public, that because of our restricted budget and their bigger budgets, because they've implemented this increased revenue for their cities, we're not able to do some of the things that these other cities are able to do that benefit the public. And I think that people need to understand that because more and more cities, we're now in the minority of cities that have this extra tax, extra revenue to allow us to do more things with, and I think that hurts our city overall. And as much as I hate to see a tax, I think that we need to stay in the forefront of being able to provide the services and things that our public values, and by not being competitive with our neighboring cities, I think that puts us at a significant disadvantage. So I would put that on the list of things to sell as a possible, reason for doing this. Again, I will reiterate the fact that nobody likes to see higher taxes, but I don't want to see Torrance become a second-class city compared to the other cities that are out there that have a bigger budget because they've approved these types of funding.
Councilman, if I may add, I've spoken to some city managers where they struggle spending their American Recovery Plan funding because they just don't have anywhere to make reductions. So they've done more service enhancements. So in a post-pandemic environment where we're at a granted it's 3/4%, but that does place us in a disadvantage with some of our counterparts who do have significant reserves and are able to withstand. And that's not to be alarmist, but we know what we've dealt with. There's also what we don't know on the horizon. And having gone through these two major catastrophic episodes in our recent lifetime, one can only assume there's some unknowns out there. And we really need to do some contingency planning and be prepared for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions and the feedback. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Thank you for the report and all the work that's been done. A lot of my questions have been answered. I would not be for a tax that is specific, because I think we're talking quality of life, and that's many areas that we focus on in our city. And quality of life is why we have so many people that want to live here. We're an aging city. We get reports almost daily of pipes breaking and things breaking down like that, and they have to be fixed because we're aging. Those things are amazing to me. I would never be a city manager to try to figure out where's that extra money coming from, because we didn't know 5 pipes were going to break and there's a geyser of water flowing. So as much as I hate taxes, the quality of life in Torrance is something people pay to live here for. Ms. Poisson, question, you said on this oversight committee that it comes after the election. How do we instill in the residents before they go to vote that we're really going to do this, if we can't include that as a necessary item before the vote?
That will be through the education. In addition to the education, we would come back to your honorable body if the polling proves that this is a feasible path for Torrance. We would come back with an item to appropriate the additional funding for the ballot measure, and in that would also include a proposal for the oversight committee.
So it would be in the ballot proposal?
Yeah, it can be.
We could add language that specifies the creation of advisory.
That to me would be very important, because I think that this committee would be very important, and I would like to see it as an ongoing committee to have oversight. I think that would be very important. We talked about an increase in property taxes, and I know we don't get a big percentage, but has there been a projection of the increased money that maybe we haven't expected over the last years as to what our new property tax income is?
The projection that's provided by consultants so far includes both the increase in transfer tax based on the previous history. Over the last 3 years, our property tax has increased by way of value by about 4%. Over the county did provide what the CPI, I guess the equivalent to a CPI for next year. The max is 2%, but next year it's 1%. So it's reduced slightly based on that, but we're still looking at a strong growth, about 4%.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to me, it's very important that we have an oversight committee, that we have ballot language that is pertinent to that, so that we can assure the public that it's not just the council, no matter who's sitting up here, has the advantage to do that. Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
I have seen a sample from other cities. Their ballot measure language does include that, so we absolutely have that option.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a whole page of questions, but most of them have been addressed or answered. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate what you've all done. I know this is important to everybody, and it's been a lot of work. I, too, am not in favor of taxes or even raising fees for that matter, but what I don't want to happen is for us to have to cut services in our city that has made our city what it is. I also don't want the county to be able to take our choice away from us as how that money is spent. I do want this to go to the voters. I want them to have the choice of if they want to invest in our city and protect our city, or if they want it to be given away. I think that's really important. So I sincerely hope that this goes to the voters so that they can have a decision. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I stewed on this topic all weekend, so I decided to just type things up so I don't ramble. A 3/4 cent increase may not sound like much when you indicate that it might be approximately $11 per Torrance resident per year, or what, 1 cup of Starbucks per week. However, going to shop and eat in Torrance with a 9.5% sales tax versus 10.25% sales tax, in my mind, has a negative effect to a would-be customer. The business community that's been hit the hardest during the pandemic will likely suffer again. Just about a month ago, I think the mayor mentioned it, I was trying to get a better understanding if the city should provide cash donations to TOCA when it appeared that they already had the funds for 1 year. I was not against the arts, but just wanted to make sure we were exercising disciplined financial management, especially when the economy is potentially unpredictable on its recovery rate. We placed Measure X on the March 3rd, 2020 election, long before we experienced a COVID pandemic. I think the city manager said, I think you saw this coming. You saw the train coming even before the pandemic. That measure to increase local sales tax of 3/4 cent would only take effect if another county sales tax was proposed. I'll call it preemptive action to prevent our sales tax to fund other county initiatives to prevent us from being a donor city. I believe that strategy was actually better, and I still do believe that today. There are times where we need to exercise even more stringent fiscal discipline to separate our wants versus our basic operational service requirements, while we recover from the economic damage caused by the shutdown of businesses due to COVID-19. This is the time that we put everything on the table, and there should be no untouchables as we determine what to fund. All council meeting observers know that we fund many things, and your favorite item will need to be assessed with the must-have or want-to-have requirements. With the talent on our staff in the city today, and with the current and emerging technology, there are still other options that we can consider that maybe streamline how we operate. I don't think we should assume that we want to operate business as usual so the additional sales tax can help. I think we need to think out of the box and press ourselves much harder and challenge ourselves. I see that if we're one of the few cities in LA County with 9.5% sales tax, it's actually a feature that will attract more people to come, that we are able to instill fiscal discipline even in challenging times. I'm not in favor of the item as proposed, but if the council will consider changing the proposal to the way we had it for Measure X, I consider that. From what I see, we're going to take a poll. However, I believe the March 3rd, 2020 election was already a poll, and that was the Measure X. So I anticipate that the outcome would be no better, because I believe Measure X was a better proposal than this one. So, as the way I see it today, the anticipated outcome versus the investment, at least for me, does not pass the threshold. That's my suggestion. I would go for something like a Measure X, or if we go forward something like this, that it's time limited. And it's not and when we had the discussion about the oversight committee, should this pass and go to the voters, I believe the council and the mayor is the oversight committee. I like things simpler rather than more complicated, creating more committees. I think we're more than able to look at quarterly reports and make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walzer.
Sorry about that. Forget to turn it off, and I also forget to turn it on. what's before us today is the option to discuss and present this to the public. And I think times have changed dramatically since X. We're in a deficit situation. I firmly believe that our lower tax rate is not an attraction to the public. People don't flock to us to save this percentage. They come to us for the services or products that we offer. The example of inflationary increases will raise our tax revenue also is indicative of the inflationary cost to the city to operate. If that 2x4 lumber costs $10 now, it's going to cost $10 to the city also. So everything that we spend is going to cost more. And I think we have to buffer that. My feeling is we should present this to the public. We need to have people have a better understanding. To some extent, this is a self-defense move too. And no other way simply to put it, if we don't do it, someone else will. So we're gonna have a tax, and there's too many taxes that we already collect and we don't receive the benefit of. And I feel we need to be on par with, it's not like we're leading the pack to raise the tax. We're behind the group right now. So it would be my recommendation that we do earnestly present this to the public with an understanding and a clearer view of the need to that. The other aspect I would prefer, I don't like the idea of earmarking. We have to be ready to make changes dynamically. And we've seen that in the past year, so many things have changed drastically and beyond our control. I think we have to rely on the management of our city to maintain the option to earmark as we need it, rather than define something today. So I'm in favor of it.
Well, thank you. Everybody's had an opportunity to communicate with lots of good questions for the staff to answer. And I think we're at the time. I'll take a motion to either concur with the city manager or not. And finance director, I'm sorry, I didn't, city manager and finance director.
At this time, is there a motion to approve the recommendation of the city manager and finance director that city council submit for voter consideration a Torrance Pandemic Recovery and Public Safety Protection Measure proposal to institute a local 3/4 cent transactions and use new revenue source dedicated exclusively for services and city operational enhancements benefiting Torrance residents and businesses, and secondly, approve a request for proposal for ballot measure consulting services.
We have a motion? I'm sorry, Councilmember Ashcraft has a question.
My question is, if we do this whole proposal as Ms. Besson just reiterated, I guess, speaking earlier with Mr. Shaparian, would we just be approving to go to a polling of the people? And there are money amounts in here. I don't want to approve all the amounts.
That's a good question, Councilman Adams, City Manager. The polling is the first piece. We'll bring that effort back to you for consideration. We'll also issue the RFP for the advocacy. We will not approve that contract until it comes before your honorable body. So we'll share the information that we get from the community. You'll have another opportunity to weigh in. And if the numbers are in favor to the point of advocacy range, then you have the opportunity to approve or not at that point.
Okay, so going forward tonight, it's to approve the
RFP.
polling to
The polling piece only within my authority, and then the RFP for the advocacy piece.
everything else
the
comes
campaign.
back. So it's just giving
That's-
authority to go forward to that point.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we submit for voter consideration a local tax increase of 3/4% as recommended by staff.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Council Members Chen and Matucci voting no.
All right, well, thank you. Well, that takes us to item 13, which is City Council oral communication. And tonight looks like we're totally alphabetical, so it makes it easy for me. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I just want to remind the public, we've heard it a couple times tonight, that Torrance Theater Company is going to be having Nonsense starting August 13th, and get your tickets because I'm sure it's going to be really full. It's going to be one of our first times to have a production like that, and it's exciting. The other thing to remember is we do have art installations around Torrance. Get your little map, and it's called Ultra. And most importantly, get your vaccinations, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, go Team USA in the Olympics. And with the Olympics coming in 2028, I'm certainly still searching for ways that we can take the opportunity to generate some revenue working up to 2028 with some of the ideas that we discussed in the past. I believe this next Tuesday is also a National Night Out, August 3rd. I'm looking forward to visiting some neighborhood watches and interacting with neighbors. So stay safe, and see you on August 10th.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you. Yeah, I too want to compliment the Art Museum on their grand opening of the new exhibit Ultra, which is more than just art within the museum, but it's, as someone commented at the event, that it's the museum turned inside out, with the art now being put outside and throughout the community on display. And I did take an opportunity to see much of that artwork throughout our city, and I sure hope this is something that we can kind of keep on a long-term basis, not just an occasional basis. I think it improves the quality of life, as we've talked about so much tonight. The National Night Out is an important event. It's an event I always really enjoy, getting out to be able to talk to our residents and talk to them about public safety and issues going on in their neighborhoods. We didn't have an opportunity to do that last year, so this will be an opportunity, hopefully, that we'll get out to be able to talk about that with the public a little bit. And I do have a request for concurrence from my colleagues on bringing an item forward for a subsidy for a local nonprofit. The nonprofit is People's First Self-Advocates of the South Bay. They're a group that assists those with intellectual disabilities. They meet typically monthly, and they would like to rent a room here at the Cultural Arts Facility. And they're looking for a subsidy of about $572. If my colleagues would agree that we bring an item forward to discuss the possibility of a subsidy. Thank you all, and that's all I have, and good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just appreciate once again all of the work staff has done regarding the items that were presented before us today. And in regards to my comments earlier about the Adopt a Tree program and some positive feedback from some of the callers, I'd like to ask for concurrence from the council to further investigate putting that in place, to include the tree, some of its care, but not a plaque, maybe a certificate, maybe a certificate that the tree was presented to the city for some purpose. Thank you. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Please stay safe and well.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to all those that are out there working. I know there's some hot days. I see them working on the streets, streetscape crews, people fixing up sidewalks, potholes. It's a tough job, and it's also a dangerous job. So if you're out there driving, please pay attention to those working. You know, I've been going around, and the reason I'm mentioning this because I saw a few people comment online, you know, why is Matucci picking up trash? The city should be doing it, you know. There's really no shame in, you know, sometimes pulling over and helping out, you know. I think we all have a responsibility, and I know we're short-staffed right now, we're short-handed, and I just figure, you know what, it's just, sometimes it's just easier just to pull over and throw it in the back of my old truck than it is to, you know, to call it in. May not be the wise idea or the right idea, but, you know, I figure, hey, you know, if we all pitch in and pick up a little bit of trash here and there, we'd take care of our city a lot better. I do see that we need some improvement, of course, and I really hope that we can put those street sweepers on overdrive. Now, what I've noticed, people aren't moving the cars. All right, I didn't know that. You know, I didn't know that we put the ticketing on hold or something like that. I mean, I know, not that we know of. Yeah, so I've noticed that people aren't moving the cars along Anza, some of the south end of the city. People are just not moving cars on street sweeping nights, so I don't know. But anyways, but thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walzer.
I need a foot switch. I really appreciate the warm welcoming I've received, the professionalism I see with the staff. I look forward to meeting with everyone. I've met with some, but I've still got a lot of learning to go with this, and I really appreciate it. And I look forward to the opportunity. Thank you.
I know Mrs. Walzer is going to be happy when you're all done. My brief discussions with her, she knows how hard you're working, and we certainly appreciate that, and that's definitely why you got appointed. Tomorrow night is the Medal of Valor program for county lifeguards. I'll be there down in Redondo Beach. I have to leave our city for one night, and we will be receiving the Host City Award. So I'm very proud I'll be able to accept that on behalf of our community. And today, I proudly attended the retirement ceremony for Lieutenant General John F. Thompson, who has served as the Commander, Space and Missile Systems Center, Los Angeles Air Force Base for the last 4 years. Great guy. The ceremony was presided by General John Raymond, who is the Chief of Space Operations for the United States Space Force. Proudly, I got my Space Force pin from the General. So that's a great collector's item there. As I mentioned, it's been an honor knowing and a privilege knowing General Thompson, his wife Ruth Ann, and their family during their assignment at the Space and Missile Command. He really made a point to reach out to communities, and I had some tremendous time. He threw me under the bus a little bit today. I'm sitting in the front row with a whole bunch of retired generals, and he said, and Mayor Fury, I have to apologize. I had you into the Space and Missile Center last year before COVID to have an intimate luncheon with you and talk about city issues and the parade and things that are really going there. And then that stupid visitor of mine interloped on that, and that was Buzz Aldrin. So I got the opportunity with General Thompson to sit down with the second man who walked on the moon, and he signed his travel voucher, which General Thompson got a copy of, the travel voucher that he used to go to the moon. And he signed it to me, and it was interesting because of his trip to the moon, he got back from the federal government like $17.20 travel money, because in there they put the rocket ship to the moon, military vehicle gets no reimbursement. He said had he been a taxi driver, he would have made a lot more money. There continues to be a severe blood shortage, and the city would like to encourage donors of all blood types to donate. Torrance is hosting another blood drive on Thursday, July 29th from 8 to 1 o'clock at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. Donors are encouraged to make an appointment, and please bring a photo ID. Remember to eat well and increase your fluid intake a couple of days before and the day of your donation. To make an appointment, you can visit ucedonor.com or email nlai, that's N-L-A-I, at mednet.ucla.edu. I think it'd be easier to visit ucedonor.com. Although California is now open, there's still more information to share concerning COVID-19. Make sure you follow us on social media and visit torranceca.gov /COVID-19. For daily updates, tune in to City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live. COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m., and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 o'clock p.m. Thank you all again for your continued patience and supporting us in reopening responsibly. I will take a motion to adjourn. Who's willing?
Thank you. I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, August 10th, 2021 at 5 o'clock p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m. My motion incorporates by reference the orders from the state of California and the county of Los Angeles that are listed under adjournment of the agenda. Members of the city council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or via teleconference or other electronic means pursuant to the governor's executive order N-2920. No physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment will be provided. Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, council meeting will be open to the public.
I'll second that.
Mayor?
Start voting, please.
If I may, I believe there was a correction on that script for next Tuesday since we're meeting in public. No teleconference option next week.
No teleconference option.
Before you adopt the
Okay.
adjournment. Thank you.
Now we can vote.
Yes, start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. See you at council in 2 weeks, and next week, National Night Out. Stay safe.
Language education. To ensure the best possible training for future language professionals, students are taught by 1,600 highly educated instructors, 98% of whom are native speakers of the languages they teach.
The key to beginning that process in any manner whatsoever is to learn the language of those people.
That's why it is so important that our students are being educated by a professional who has good credentials and high degrees.
So once we learn the language and start to become immersed in their culture, that's when we can really understand their decision-making processes and how we can interact with them.
In addition to their language, instructors teach culture, customs, geography, and history of their native countries. Courses range from 24 to 64 weeks for the basic curriculum, while refresher and more advanced courses last from 2 to 47 weeks. Sparking the interest of today's computer-savvy students